We are on the record for hearings of the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for July 23rd. I'm David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We're at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources and Oil and Gas Division. It is 9 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 31924 continued. Case number 31926 continued. Case number 31927 continued. Case number 31928 continued. Case number 31929 continued. Case number 31930 continued. Case number 31808 continued. Case number 31809 continued. Case number 31723 dismissed. Case number 31724 dismissed. Case number 31726 dismissed. Case number 31812 continued. Case number 31942 dismissed. Case number 31946 continued. Case number 31956 continued. Case number 31957 continued. Case number 31960 continued. Case number 31961 continued. Case number 31962 continued. Case number 31963 continued. Case number 31964 continued. Case number 31966 continued. Case number 31967 continued. Case number 31968 continued. Case number 31969 continued. Case number 31825 continued. Case number 31826 continued. Case number 31730 continued. Case number 31730 continued. Okay. Case number 31731 dismissed. Case number 31975 dismissed. On the supplement, case number 31806 dismissed. Case number 31807 dismissed. Case number 31827 dismissed. Case number 31828 dismissed. The administrative docket starts on page 8 with case number 31939 and goes through case number 31744 on the supplement. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zish. Audio recording to the cases in the administrative docket will be placed on the Oil and Gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters in the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We'll begin with moving to case number 31917 on a motion of the Commission to consider the establishment or altering of lease line spacing units in the Green Lake and Blue Ridge Bakken pools in sections 3, 4, 9, 10, 15, 16, 21, 22, 27, 28, 33, and 34, Township 159 North, Range 100 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and such other relief as is appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Kraken Operating, LLC. I'm going to have 3 witnesses in this case. 2 of them are live, Mr. Alan White on land and Josh Lochner, engineering. Brian Lucero will cover geology. He's on the teams. And then, Mr. Examiner, we have the same 3 witnesses for case number 31918, the next case. These 2 cases are tied together, cover the same lands, and I request for purposes of hearing that we could hear these 2 cases together. I don't have like a separate exhibit set for 917 and 918. The 918 exhibits cover, in addition to the exhibits from the previous case, I guess for context. So back in May, case 31708 was heard, and that covers kind of the remaining portion of the lands that are in 31917. So I guess I would also ask the record from that case be incorporated.
Any comments from staff?
No, that would be appropriate.
Okay, well then I will call case number 31918 as well. Application of Kraken Operating, LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Green Lake and or Blue Ridge Bakken pools, Williams County, North Dakota, to 1. Terminate an overlapping 5120 acre spacing unit described as sections 3, 4, 9, 10, 15, 16, 21, and 22, Township 159 North, Range 100 West. 2. Establish an overlapping 38 40 acre spacing unit described as sections 3, 4, 9, 10, 15, and 16, Township 159 North, Range 100 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit, or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. this time, I guess you want to call your witnesses? Or?
Yeah, Ellen White will be the first witness.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Alan, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name's Alan White. I'm employed by Kraken Operating, Vice President of Land. Our business address is 945 Bunker Hill Road, Suite 1200, Houston, Texas 77024.
And Alan, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I am.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the land matters that are associated with these cases?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. White be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
All right. Let's, Alan, start with your exhibit L1. If you can identify the area in question with respect to these spacing.
Sure. L1 is a regional locator map of Green Lake and the Blue Ridge Bakken Fields. The lands in question here are sections 3, 4, 9, 10, 3, 4, 9, 10, 15, 16, 21, 22, 28, 27, 33, and 34. Turning over to Exhibit L2 here, it shows the lease line corridor that we are proposing, which would strike a balance between the southern lease line that was heard under a previous case. In this exhibit here, you'll see the 6 sections that comprise the overlapping 30 and 40. We have a breakdown of ownership in these units. In section 4 and 9, Kraken owns roughly 9% working interest, which is a 3% allocation. 310, we do not own anything. 16 and 21, we own a 98.99% working interest, which combines for a 16.5% allocation. And in section 15, we also do not own any interest. We have a recalculation at the bottom that shows Kraken's working interest of 19.5% in this proposed lease line corridor.
Okay. And Alan, with respect to this particular 3840, will you work with the other working interest owners then with respect to?
We will, and we have been in communications with Hunt, who operates sections 4 and 9. I think recently they spaced a 3-mile overlapping 1920 comprising of their section 4 and 9 and our section 16. We have an agreement in place for them, and part of that agreement is basically we can have the ability to purchase their interest in this lease line corridor north whenever it's time to drill that lease line corridor, which would then give us, their interest in that, which is 26.56%. So we have also communicated with the offsetting operator, which is Phoenix. They've recently drilled a 2560 comprising of 310, 15, 22. We made a request for Phoenix to dissolve the existing 5120 comprising of 3, 4, 9, 10, 16, 15, 21, and 22, and they declined to dissolve it at this time per their, email.
Okay. And just since we're kind of hearing these cases together, again, in May, I think it was 31708 is the case you referred to. That's where you had previously requested what I would call like the southern 3840 for the 3-mile lateral in that corridor between 2122, 2728, 3334.
That's correct. We operate some existing 1280s and 1621 and 2833 and 2734. And I did not testify in that previous case, but I was aware of it. And yes, that we did request to space that at that point in time. I believe the commission requested that we get the overlapping 5120 dissolved before they move forward with that. So this is just balancing out the equation here, if you will.
Sure. You'd mentioned I think Phoenix has the 2560. It's your understanding that they've drilled that 2560.
That's correct.
And you're not aware of any permits for any well on the 5120. Correct?
I'm not aware of them.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. White that are for the line exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Alan, you mentioned a Phoenix email.
Yes, sir.
Is that part of the record in this case?
I can provide it if you would like. I sent an email in June requesting the dissolution of the overlapping 5120. The initial response was, we're not willing to dissolve it. There was some back and forth where I relayed where our well was planned for the potential southern lease line corridor, and the general response was that they were unwilling to dissolve the unit at this time. And I'm more than happy to provide that email.
Yeah, I think we would want that to be part of the record.
Absolutely.
Mr. Lucero. Mr. Lucero?
Brock, did they hear the mic?
He said he can't hear.
Is that,
He's texting me. He said he can't hear. Brian said he can't hear. Can't hear anything.
Brock, is our mic is red? Is that the reason?
Nope, that's the microphone.
Okay.
Mute and just.
Try it now. Dave, try it now.
Ms. Lucero?
Can he unmute?
He can't hear.
He can't hear.
Can't control his mute. Can you control his mute from there?
Boy, it didn't take long.
The lobby was muted at one point.
All right, we will go off the record for 5 minutes. We are back on the record. Mr. Lucero, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
Brian, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, sir. My name is Brian Lucero. I am employed by Kraken Resources as their geology manager. Our business address is 945 Bunker Hill Road, Suite 1200, Houston, Texas, 77024.
And Brian, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Lucero be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Brian, let's look at your G1. Can you describe the structure for us?
Yes, sir. Exhibit G1 is a structure map across the area in question based on the top of the Middle Bakken. Demonstrates variable dip direction. Also shows the location of our type log.
Okay. Then let's move on to your ISOPAC map. Describe what you're showing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. G2 is an ISOPAC map across this area. It's on a 1 foot contour interval. Shows the units in question as well as the location of our type log.
Okay. Then go ahead and take us through the type log G3.
The type log is the NSOR number 1. This is a representative Middle Bakken log for this area.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Lucero. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Lochner?
Yes.
Please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Josh, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Joshua Lochner. I'm employed by Kraken Oil and Gas as a senior reservoir engineer. Our business address is 945 Bunker Hill Road, Suite 1200, Houston, Texas, 77024.
And Josh, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Lochner be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Josh, let's start with E1 and just have you go through how you would propose to develop, I guess what I'd call that northern 3840.
Or it's not. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So go ahead, take us through your development for that lease line well on that 3840 E1.
So Exhibit E1 is the proposed development diagram for this proposed 3840 lease line spacing unit. On the map it shows the unit identified in blue, encompassing sections 3, 4, 9, 10, 15, and 16, with the proposed lease line well identified with a dashed green line. Our plan would be to have this drilled most likely in conjunction with the infill wells to the west.
Okay. Moving on to the next exhibit, E2. Just briefly describe how you drill and complete the well.
Exhibit E2 is the proposed lateral wellbore schematic for this spacing unit. Shows the 4-string casing design with the conductor casing, service casing, intermediate casing, and production liner, and identifies the completion method as plug and perf methodology with 167-foot stage spacing.
Okay. And then moving on to E3, can you summarize the reservoir data for us?
Exhibit E3 is the reservoir data exhibit for this proposed 3840 spacing unit. It shows a middle Bakken thickness between 40 and 50 feet and vertical depth of around 10,000 feet, with the porosity of 5 to 7% and a water saturation between 55 and 75%, and an oil in place of 6 MMBTO per 640. We expect the EUR of this well to be around 535,000 barrels of oil. We expect the EUR to start at around, GOR to start at around 700 SCF per barrel and gradually rise over the next year and a half to 1,500.
And then E4, what do the economics look like for the proposed well?
Exhibit E4 is the single well economic exhibit for this 3840 spacing unit. As previously stated, we expect the EUR to be 535,000 barrels of oil, and we modeled this with a initial investment of $10.8 million and a price of $65 for oil and $3 for gas. And this yielded a return of 25% IRR and a net present value of $2.6 million. We expect the payout to take between 4 and 5 years.
Okay. And Josh, in your opinion, would spacing this 3840 to allow for that lease line well, in your opinion, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Let's move on to the next exhibit, E5. Now, the commission, in the case that they put on the docket 31917, they're interested sort of in development of this corridor as a whole, and as we indicated in May, in case 31708, we requested the 3840 to the south of this one. Can you just kind of walk us through? And I guess currently we've got the existing 5120, and which is consistent with the two 3840s. So just looking at this exhibit, can you walk us through and explain why, in your opinion, it's more efficient, more economic to develop this lease line corridor with the two 3840s and 3 mile laterals, as opposed to doing it with a 4 mile lateral on a 5120 and then like a 1280? Can you explain that for us?
Absolutely. So, as you previously stated, this exhibit is kind of a supplement to 31918, which is the current exhibit, and 31708, which was heard several months ago. And in this exhibit, you'll see two maps on the top and the bottom. The top representing the existing approved lease line spacing for this township, 159, 100, between sections 3, 4, 9, 10, 15, 16, 21, 22, 27, 28, 33, and 34, wherein the northern 8 sections are spaced as a 5120, and the southern 4 sections are spaced as a 2560. The southern lease line, the 2 mile 2560, was spaced prior to our acquisition of these units, this asset, Crescent Point asset in Williams County, and the 5120 was spaced in case 31088 by Phoenix, which, according to their exhibit, indicated they had about 17% working interest compared to our estimated 27% working interest. We believe that a more efficient method of development for this corridor would be 2 3 mile lease lines as opposed to 1 4 mile and 1 2 mile. And that is supported by the economic summary tables on the right side. So you'll see on the top right the economics for the 4 mile lateral to the north. We estimate basically 710,000 barrels of oil recovered, 33% IRR, and a PV10 of 4.7 million. And for the 2 mile to the south, we expect 360,000 barrels of oil recovery, an IRR of 8%, and a PV10 that is naturally negative, with the IRR being less than 10. And for the total project, we expect these 2 wells in this corridor to produce 1.07 million barrels of oil and generate returns of 21% and total project value of $4.3 million. And when you compare that to our proposed development, which has been presented in the 31708 and 31918 cases, we anticipate approximately equal economics for both the northern and southern 3 mile wells, wherein each well would produce an EUR of roughly 535,000 barrels of oil with an IRR of 25% and an NPV10 of 2.6 million. So when you look at the total project of our proposal, you see the EUR at 1.07 million barrels is essentially identical to the existing spacing with the 4 mile and the 2 mile. And the CapEx is similar, but a little bit lower, so it's actually slightly more capital efficient. But I think the real difference is on the return and the value side, where you see the total project IRR is 25% compared to 21%, and the NPV is 5.2 million compared to 4.3 million. And one important thing to consider is that pretty much each well needs to be drilled and justified in its own right in order to get approval and to actually get off the ground. And I think the 2 mile, as it's currently spaced, the economics don't necessarily justify the drilling of that particular orientation with less than 10% IRR, and it would probably be low in our priority and may not be drilled unless it's in a more optimal orientation. And another thing I think that's important to consider here is that the 4 mile unit encompassing sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, which is adjacent to the 5120 lease line spacing unit, has already been spaced. It's already been permitted and it's already been drilled, in fact, by Phoenix. And the lease line next to it, though spaced, was neither permitted nor drilled, which seems to me that it doesn't indicate any particular hurry to actually develop that corridor at all. But I think the main point is that the development that we have proposed here is simply more efficient and is better for project economics, better for the operators, better for the mineral owners in terms of timing the development of this corridor, and just makes more sense.
Sure. And I have no further questions for Mr. Lochner. I'd offer the engineering exhibits as well as gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Josh, on your exhibit E1, is the target for this well the Middle Bakken?
That's correct.
And you said it would likely be drilled with the infill wells to the west. I mean, would it be drilled with those wells?
So the western spacing unit 4, 9, and 16 is controlled by Hunt, and we have an agreement with them that we have a plan to work with them in terms of drilling this lease line corridor, and we have an option to buy their interest and actually drill it ourselves. And the plan would be to drill it and complete it at the same time as them to make it as efficient as possible.
So Hunt has no plans to drill that 1920.
They do have plans to drill the 1920. I'm not entirely sure on the timing, though.
Well, if the lease line well isn't drilled with the 1920 wells, will it ever get drilled?
I don't see why it wouldn't be drilled with the 1920 wells.
So do you know when Hunt plans to drill? If they drill 4, 9, and 16?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you know when Hunt, if they're going to drill 4, 9, and 16, when are they going to drill it?
No, I don't know the timing of their drill schedule.
Well, if they started drilling today, there is no lease line corridor for a 1920 well at this time. So my question is, if the well doesn't get drilled with the 1920, and you don't know when they're going to drill it, how are we? I mean, are you going to purchase their interest and drill that 1920?
I can't really speak to that for certain. I'm not directly involved in those conversations.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, how long do you need to provide that email you were talking about?
Next Thursday would be fine.
A week?
Yeah, a week.
All right, we'll leave the record open until July 30th.
Sure.
And then at the outset, you mentioned incorporating a prior record into this record?
Yep, that would be the record from case number 31708 from the May docket.
Okay, that request is granted.
Yeah.
And that concludes our hearing.
And just a quick redirect with Mr. Lochner. Just kind of want to touch on what Mr. Bohr had mentioned. You know, appears there may be some concerns. You've indicated previously that you will be drilling the 3 mile well, or if you get approval for the 3840, you would drill that southern 3 miler.
Yes, we will be drilling that.
Okay.
If we get the 3 mile spacing, the plan will be to drill in approximately Q1 of 2026.
Yeah, and then there's maybe a little uncertainty, or we don't know for sure yet with respect to the northern 3 miler, that 3840, correct? A little less certainty there.
A little less certainty.
Yeah.
Yes.
But as you've shown on your exhibit, the E5, if they keep the current spacing, as you indicated, the 2560 has already been drilled, but that lease line 5120 hasn't, and I think you indicated that would suggest that it may not get drilled ever. I mean, it may get drilled in a different environment, but may not.
Sure. I mean, the line of questioning of if the 3840 lease line will be drilled with the 4916 infills is a valid question, and I think you could ask the same of the existing 4 mile spacing unit 310 1522, which has already been drilled, and that lease line hasn't been developed. So if there's any uncertainty over the 3 mile lease line, I'd say there's equal, if not greater, uncertainty of a 4 mile lease line ever being drilled.
Right, and Mr. Lochner, if they keep the 5120, there's the risk of that not getting developed, but also then you'd have a 2560 for a 2 miler to the south, correct? And you
That's
indicated
correct.
that there's risk of that never getting developed because of economics of drilling a 2 miler there.
That's correct.
So if the 5120 stays in place, there's potential risk that whole corridor then would maybe not get developed.
That's true.
Okay, that's all the questions I had.
Any comments from staff? That concludes our hearings for case number 31917 and 31918. Okay, we're now going to jump ahead to the supplement called case number 31802. Application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Pronghorn Bakken pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 16, 21, 28, and 33, Township 150 North, Range 101 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Kraken Operating LLC. And Mr. Examiner, it'll be Brian Lucero and Josh Lochner again, but Justin Payne will be the line witness for this case, and he's present in the hearing room.
Mr. Payne, please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Justin, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Justin Payne. I'm a landman with Kraken Oil and Gas. Our business address is 945 Bunker Hill, Suite 1200, Houston, Texas, 77024.
And Justin, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
Let's look at Exhibit L1, and if I could have you identify that spacing unit.
Exhibit L1 is our regional locator map showing the Pronghorn Bakken Pool in Township 150 North, Range 101 West of Mackenzie County, North Dakota.
Okay. And looking at L2, can I have you take us through your working interest in that spacing unit?
Sure. Sections 16 and 21, Kraken holds a working interest of 87.4% with an allocation of 43.7. In sections 28 and 33, Kraken holds a working interest of 99.29% with an allocation factor of 49.64. With a total working interest in the 2,560 acre spacing unit of 93.34%.
Okay. I have no further questions after the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Okay, your remaining witnesses are still on the road.
Brian, let's look at your G1. Can you take us through the structure underlying the spacing unit?
Yes, Exhibit G1 is a structure map based on the top of the Middle Bakken Formation. It's on a 10-foot contour interval and shows variable dip, shows the outline of the units in question, as well as the location of our type log.
Okay. And let's move on to G2, the ISOPAC map.
G2 is the ISOPAC map across the same area. Again, demonstrates the units in question, 1 foot contour interval in this case, and also shows the location of our type log.
Okay, and then finally G3, the type log.
G3 is a representative Middle Bakken log for this area. It is the NSOR number 1.
Okay. I have no further questions and offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Is the target formation the Middle Bakken
Yes.
in both wells? Okay. Thank you.
You can proceed.
Josh, can I have you look at your exhibit E1 and describe for us your proposed development plan?
Exhibit E1 is the proposed development diagram for this proposed spacing unit. It's 2560, encompassing sections 16, 21, 28, and 33. The unit itself is outlined in blue, and the 2 proposed wells are identified with the dashed green lines on the western side of the unit. We plan to drill these at the same time in the first quarter of 2027, and we'll be batch drilling. The target formation, as Brian stated, is the Middle Bakken.
Okay. Moving on to E2, how would you drill and complete the wells?
Exhibit E2 is the 20,000-foot lateral wellbore schematic, showing the 4-string casing design, the conductor, surface, intermediate casings, and production liner, as well as describing the plug-and-perf completion method.
Okay. And then E3, can you summarize the reservoir data for us?
Exhibit E3 is the reservoir data for the proposed spacing unit in McKenzie County, with a Middle Bakken thickness of 30 to 45 feet and a recovery factor of 3 to 4%. We expect an EUR of each 4 mile well to be around 890,000 barrels of oil, with a GOR starting at 700 and rising to 1,500 over the first year and a half or 2 years.
Okay. And then E4, can you describe what the economics would look like?
Exhibit E4 is the single well economics for the proposed 2560 spacing unit, with an EUR of 890,000 barrels of oil and an initial investment of $12.5 million. We ran the economics with $65 for oil and $3 for gas, and this project yields a rate of return of 93% and a net PV of $8.2 million, assuming 100% working interest and 80% NRI. The discounted payout is a little bit over a year and a half, and most of the midstream is dedicated to Caliber.
Okay. So in your opinion, if the commission approves this 2560 to allow for these 2 4-mile laterals, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it would.
Okay, I have no further questions. I offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Josh, where do you plan to drill these wells from?
We plan to drill these from the south, and either the southern portion of 33 or the northern of section 4.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our hearing for case number 31802. Case number 31919, application of Hesbakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Raybakken Pool to establish two overlapping 1920 acre spacing units described as sections 6, 7, and 18 and sections 19, 30, and 31, Township 157 North, Range 97 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in each such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing this case on behalf of Hesbakken Investments 2 LLC. I have 3 witnesses in this case. John DeWitt will be land, and he's present in the hearing room. And then I will have Jacob Smith and Taylor Goy. And they should be on there.
Mr. DeWitt, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
John, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is John DeWitt. I'm employed by Hess Corporation, and I'm a senior land negotiator, and we have a business address at 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And John, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters that are associated with the spacing units?
I am.
And move the testimony of Mr. DeWitt be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And John, let's start with exhibit number 1. If you can identify the 2 spacing units you're seeking today.
Yes, exhibit number 1 is the location map depicting Township 157 North, Range 97 West in Williams County. The blue outlines represent the 3 existing 1280 DSUs, sections 6 and 7, 18 and 19, and 30 and 31. The 2 green dash outlines represent the requested overlapping 1920 DSUs, being sections 6, 7, and 18, and 19, 30, and 31. That's all.
Okay. Let's move on to exhibit number 2 then, and your working interest in that northern 1920.
Yes, for exhibit number 2, this is the land plat that's showing the proposed 1920 spacing request in the black dash outline. In blue is the Hess operated Go Hodenfield DSU, where Hess's working interest is 49.09%, and the remaining owners with 50.91%. In green is the Hess operated Go Wayrick DSU, where Hess's working interest is 85.58%, and the remaining owners with 14.42%. The combined working interest of the proposed Go Knox 15797 0618 DSU will be Hess with 61.27% and the remaining owners with 38.73%. That's all.
Okay. And then moving on to the next, Southern 1920, Exhibit 3.
Yes, for Exhibit 3, this is the land plat showing the proposed 1920 spacing request in the black dash outline. In green is the Hess operated Go Wayrick DSU, where Hess's working interest is 85.58% and the remaining owners with 14.42%. In blue is the Hess operated Christopherson 230 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 76.47% and the remaining owners with 23.53%. The combined working interest of the proposed Go Raymond 15797 3119 DSU will be Hess with a working interest of 79.50% and the remaining owners with 20.50%. That's all I have.
And I have no further questions now for the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Smith,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Jacob, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Jacob Smith, employed by Hess Corporation as a geologist with a business address at 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas 77010.
And Jacob, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
I have.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the spacing units?
Yes, sir.
Move the testimony Mr. Smith be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Jacob, let's look at exhibit number 4. Can you describe the structure underlying these spacing units?
Yes, sir. So this is a middle Bakken structure map, contour interval of 50 feet. See the existing DSUs in blue and the requested overlapping 1920s in dashed green. The purple A to A prime represents the wells used in the next cross section, and as you can see in the contour map, we have formation dipping to the south.
Okay. And then let's move on to your cross section, exhibit 5. What are you showing us in that exhibit?
These 3 wells are the 3 wells represented by the cross section of the previous exhibit, showing that formation is present continuous through our interval, and this is flattened on the upper Bakken shale.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Smith that offer the geology exhibits 4 and 5.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Goy,
Hello, yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Taylor, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yep. My name is Taylor Goy. I'm a reservoir engineer employed by Hess Corporation and a business address of 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And Taylor, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with the spacing units?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Goy be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Taylor, let's start with Exhibit 6 and just describe how you developed the Northern 1920 here.
Yes, so Exhibit 6 shows the proposed 1920 development for Sections 6, 7, and 18. The highlighted dashed green lines show the proposed 3-mile well to be drilled from the pad location denoted in blue at the top.
Okay, then moving on to Exhibit 7, how would you develop that 1920?
Yep, so Exhibit 7 shows the proposed 1920 development for Sections 1930 and 31. The highlighted dashed green line shows the proposed 3-mile wells to be drilled from the pad location denoted in blue, excuse me.
Okay, and then moving on to 8, what are you showing us in that exhibit?
Yeah, so Exhibit 8 shows an overview of the development plan, and the planned wells are denoted in the green dashed lines, and the pad locations are denoted in the blue.
Okay, let's move on then to Exhibit number 9 and walk through the reservoir data and the economics.
Yep. Exhibit 9 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single 3-mile Middle Bakken well in the Ray Bakken pool. The expected EUR is around 626,000 barrels with a 2.5% recovery factor. Economics were run at $62 per barrel WTI flat and 100% working interest. Our expected NPV is $5.5 million with a ROR of 73%.
Okay. And Taylor, would establishment of these two 1920s for this development you've described, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I'd offer the engineering exhibits as well as the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Taylor, did you or someone else give us the target for these wells?
They are all the Middle Bakken.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that concludes our hearing for case number 31919. Case number 31920. Application of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ellsworth Bakken pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 6, 7, 18, and 19, Township 149 North, Range 100 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC, and I'll be saying 3 witnesses.
And they are still under oath.
John, let's start with your Exhibit 1 for this case, and can I have you identify the spacing unit?
Yes, Exhibit 1 is a location map depicting Township 149 North, Range 100 West in McKenzie County. The blue outlines represent the two existing 1280 DSUs, being Sections 6 and 7 and 18 and 19, and the green dash outline represents the requested overlapping 2560 DSU, being Sections 6, 7, 18, and 19.
Okay. And moving on to Exhibit number 2, take us through your working interest in the spacing unit.
Yes, Exhibit number 2 is the land plat showing the proposed 2560 spacing request in the black dash outline. In blue is the Hess-operated BW KKMP DSU, where Hess's working interest is 78.78%, and the remaining owners with 21.22%. In green is the Hess-operated BW ABM DSU, where Hess's working interest is 80.05%, and the remaining owners with 19.95%. The combined working interest of the proposed BW Gullickson 149, 100, 1906 DSU will be Hess with 79.42%, and the remaining owners with 20.58%. That's all I have.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the line exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Jacob, Exhibit number 3, can you describe the structure of this underlying the spacing unit?
Yes, sir. So this is a Middle Bakken structure map. It's a contour interval of 50 feet, showing formations dipping to the east. We have our existing DSUs in blue and the requested 2560 in the outlined green. The purple 8A prime represents the location of the wells used in our next exhibit.
Okay. And moving on to Exhibit 4, can you take us through your cross-section?
Yes, sir. This stratigraphic cross-section from 8A prime is flattened on the top of the Upper Bakken Shale, showing that our targeted formation are present and continuous.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Taylor, looking at Exhibit number 5, how would you develop this proposed spacing unit?
Yep, so Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 2560 development for Sections 6, 7, 18, and 19. The highlighted dash green line shows the proposed 4-mile well to be drilled from the pad location denoted in blue at the bottom, south.
Okay. And then moving on to Exhibit number 6, can you describe for us what the reservoir data looks like and the economics?
Yes, so Exhibit 6 shows reservoir and economic summary for a single 4-mile Middle Bakken well in the Ellsworth Bakken pool. The expected EUR is around 902,000 barrels with a 4.1% recovery factor. The economics will run at $62 per barrel, WTI flat, and 100% working interest. The expected NPV is $7.4 million with a rate of return of 44%.
Okay. So Taylor, in your opinion, if this spacing gets approved, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31920. This is probably a good place to take a 10-minute break.
Sure.
Okay, we are back on the record and we'll resume with case number 31921. Application of Enterplus Resources USA Corp. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Little Knife Bakken pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 28 and 33, Township 147 North, Range 97 West, and sections 4 and 9, Township 146 North, Range 97 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Enterplus Resources, LLC Corp. I've got 3 witnesses. They should all be on now, it looks like, and it will be Prince Ekby, John Prim, and Walker Gates.
Mr. Ekby,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Prince, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes. Prince Ekby, employed by Cord Energy as a landman, and business address is 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77010.
And Prince, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, they have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with these spacing units?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Ekby be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Prince, let's start with exhibit number L1, and if I could have you identify the spacing unit for this case.
Yeah, exhibit L1 is the regional locator map requesting an overlapping 2560 here in Dunn County, Township 147, Range 97, sections 28 and 33, and then Township 146, 97, sections 4 and 9.
Okay. And then moving on to L2, can you take us through your working interest in that spacing unit?
Yeah, for the proposed 2560 overlapping spacing unit, Enterplus working interest, it's at 71.8%, and other working interest owners own a 28.2%.
Okay. And then let's look at the working interest in the underlying units, starting at L3.
Yeah, on L3, section 28 there, originally spaced as a 640, with Enterplus being the operator, 94.98%. Section 33, Enterplus owns 0% there. And then to the south there, you have the 1280 spacing, where Enterplus, also the operator, at 97.25%.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Mr. Prim,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
John, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is John Prim. I'm a geologist for Cord Energy, parent company of Enterplus Resources. Our business address is 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And John, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying these spacing units?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at your G1. Can you describe the structure underlying this spacing unit?
Sure. So G1 shows the upper Bakken structure map with contour intervals of 25 feet subsea TVD, with the proposed spacing unit outlined in that green dashed box there, as well as the type well, which will be shown in Exhibit G3, the Bonnie Divide 161H in the bottom left-hand corner of the proposed, or I guess southeast corner of the proposed spacing unit. And it's showing that the structure is dipping off to the northeast from approximately negative 8575 subsea TVD to negative 8625 subsea TVD.
Okay. Let's move on into G2, and if you can take us through your isopac now.
Sure. So G2 is centered over the same area with the proposed spacing unit outlined as well. Here, contour intervals are of 2 feet thickness. And you can see that the middle Bakken is thickening slightly from the southwest to the northeast, from approximately 33 to 34 in the northeast there. Average of about 33 across the DSU.
Okay. And then moving on to G3, can you take us through your type log?
Yep, so this is that type log that I highlighted on G1, the Bonnie Divide 16-1H, showing the reservoir properties that we expect to encounter in the subsurface under the proposed spacing unit.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are omitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Gates?
Yes, sir.
You solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do.
Walker, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yep. My name is Walker Gates. I'm employed as a development engineer for Cord Energy, the parent company of Interplus, headquartered out of Houston at 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, area code 77002.
And Walker, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with the proposed spacing units?
I am.
I'd move the testimony Mr. Gates be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Walker, let's look at E1 and tell us how you intend to develop the spacing unit.
Yep. Exhibit E1 shows Interplus's proposal to develop a 2560 acre unit in Township 156 North, Range 97 West, Sections 4 and 9, and Township 147 North, Range 97 West, Sections 28 and 33. Interplus is proposing to drill 5 4-mile Bakken wells from north to south, developing all 5 wells at the same time with an estimated spud of Q2 of 2026, an estimated frac at Q3 of 2026, and an estimated till of Q3 of 2026. All 5 wells will be drilled from an expanded pad off the Little Chase Creek Edwards location, shown in the gray box, which will result in a tear down of the existing facilities and will be replaced with a new central gathering battery.
Okay. And then moving on to E2, and we'll be covering some of this in more detail in the next 2 cases, but just kind of describe for us what you've shown on this exhibit.
Yep, Exhibit E2 kind of shows our overall development plan for the Little Knife Field in Townships 146 North and 97 West and 147 North, 97 West. The 2560 acre unit case shown in blue and orange will be reviewed in the subsequent cases. The proposed 2560 acre unit shown in red does include 2 sections previously spaced into a planned development of 2 1920 acre units, which encompasses 4916 and sections 21, 28, 33. When we were scouting those surface locations to drill and produce this previously planned development, it was discovered that any suitable surface locations ended up sitting within landslide deposit zones. So after conducting some soil testing, it was determined that the planned surface area was unsuitable to build a location on, whereas the newly proposed 2560 unit plan surface location has already been scouted and has been determined that we are able to expand this location to accommodate the 5 proposed wells.
Sure. Let's move on into E3, and if I could have you summarize the reservoir data and the economics.
Yes, sir. So the top table shows the reservoir properties of the Little Knife Bakken pool used in the analysis. The middle table shows a determined oil in place of approximately 7 million barrels of oil per 640 acre, and we have an estimated ultimate recovery of 960,000 barrels of oil per well for the 5 infill wells. In terms of economics, running our analysis using $70 per barrel of oil and $3.75 per MCF, we expect a rate of return of approximately 55%, which exceeds our internal metrics.
Okay. And Walker, in your opinion, if the commission approved the 2560 to allow this development, would that prevent waste, protect relative
Yes,
rights,
sir.
and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Walker, I assume you want that 1920 you referred to as 4, 9, and 16. You want that terminated?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Concludes our hearing for case number 31921. Case number 31922. Application of Enterplus Resources USA Corp. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Little Knife Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described in sections 16, 21, 28, and 33, Township 146 North, Range 97 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Waitman, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Enterplus Resources USA Corp. And I have the same 3 witnesses.
And they are still under oath.
Okay. And Prince, let's look at your L1 for this case. Can I have you identify the spacing unit we're talking about here?
Yes, you have the regional locator map again in L1, requesting an overlapping 2560 in Township 146, Range 97, Section 16, 21, 28, and 33 in Dunn County.
Okay. And then moving on to L2, can you take us through your working interest in that spacing unit?
Yes, Enterplus has a working interest sitting at 91.38%, and other working interest parties will have 8.62%.
Okay. And then L3, the working interest in those underlying spacing units?
Yeah, to the north there in the DSU sections 16 and 21 in the 1280, Enterplus operates as a working interest owner with 85%, and the other sit at about just under 15% and 14.93%. And then to the south there in sections 28 and 33, Enterplus also operates the 1280 DSU with 97.69%, and the others sitting at 2.31%.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. I would offer the line exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, John, let's look at G1. Can we go through the structure underlying this spacing unit?
Yep, so this structure map is just slightly shifted to the south here over the proposed spacing unit outlined in that green box. The type log is the same Bonnie Divide 16.1H that was shown in the previous case. Here we're showing a similar trend of deepening off to the northeast from southwest. Over this DSU, it's from approximately negative 85.25 sub-C TVD to negative 85.75 sub-C TVD.
Okay. Let's look at G2 in the ISOPAC map.
Yep. So same area here. Here it's contour intervals of 2 feet, and it's showing that the middle Bakken thickness is thickening from the southwest at about 30 feet thick to the northeast at about 33 feet thick.
Okay. And then the type log G3?
Yep. So this is that same image that was, or that same type log that was shown in the last case, the Bonnie Divide 16.1H, centered over the reservoir interval, showing the reservoir properties in the subsurface.
That's all the questions I have. Then I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. Walker, let's look at your E1 and tell us how you developed this spacing unit.
Yep. Exhibit E1 shows Enterplus's proposal to develop a 2560 acre unit in Township 146, Range 97, Section 16, 21, 28, 33. Enterplus is proposing to drill 5 4-mile middle Bakken wells from south to north, developing on all 5 wells at the same time. Estimated spud date of Q2 of 26, a frac date of Q3 of 26, and a till date of Q4 of 26. We will be drilling these wells from an expanded ester location, resulting in a tear down of the existing facility, and again to be replaced with a new central gathering facility.
Okay. And then E2 you covered pretty extensively in the last case, but is there anything unique to this overall development with respect to this spacing unit?
Yes, sir. So again, this proposed 2560 acre unit, the one shown in blue, includes 4 sections from that aforementioned planned development of 2 1920 acre units encompassing sections 4916 and 212833. Due to those aforementioned surface issues, we went ahead, moved forward with initial soil testing and surveying of the existing ester location, and it has been determined that the location can be expanded to accommodate the proposed development.
Okay. Let's look at E3 then. Reservoir data and economics for this spacing unit.
So Exhibit E3, again, top table shows the reservoir properties. The middle table shows the turn oil place of, again, approximately 7 million barrels of oil per 640 acre. And then we have an EUR of 960,000 barrels of oil per well for the 5 proposed infill wells. And in terms of economics, we are expecting approximately 55% rate of return again.
Okay. And then, Walker, again on this one, if the commission were to approve this 2560 to allow for this development, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Walker, I don't know if it was mentioned in this case, but sections 21, 28, 33 are currently a stand-up 1920.
Yes, sir. And we'd like those dissolved as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31922. Case number 31923. Application of Enterplus Resources USA Corp. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Little Knife Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 15, 22, 27, and 34, Township 146 North, Range 97 West, Dot County, North Dakota, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or grants to the relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Enterplus Resources USA Corp. And again, we're in the same area and we've got the same 3 witnesses.
And they're still in growth.
All right. And Prince, let's look at L1. Can you identify the spacing unit you're asking for in this case?
Yeah, L1 regional locator map requesting an overlapping 2560 located in Township 146, Range 97, Sections 15, 22, 27, and 34 in Dunn County.
Okay. Then looking at L2, what's the working interest in the proposed spacing unit?
Enterplus would operate with a 92.41% working interest, and the other working interest parties would respectively have a 7.59% working interest.
Okay. And then moving on to L3, the working interest in the underlying spacing units.
Yes, to the north there in sections 15 and 22, Enterplus operates with 86.16% working interest, and the other parties have a 13.84%. And to the south there in sections 27 and 34, Enterplus also operates at 1280 DSU with 98.66% and roughly 1.44% for the other working interest parties.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right. John, let's look at G1 and the structure underlying this spacing unit.
Yep, so G1 showing same township with the same type log outlined there in the northwest corner of the proposed spacing unit, and the spacing unit outlined in green there. The upper Bakken structure map is on 25-foot contour intervals showing that the upper Bakken is dipping off to the northeast from approximately negative 8550 subsea TVD to negative 8600 subsea TVD.
Okay. And then the ISPAC map, G2?
Yeah, so G2, same area, showing the middle Bakken thickness, ranging from approximately 30 feet thick in the southwest to approximately 34 feet in the northeast, with an average thickness across the proposed spacing unit of 32 feet.
Okay. And then G3, I think we're pretty familiar with this type log.
Yep, so this is the same type log that's been shown in the last 2, showing the reservoir properties underlying the DSU.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer these geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. And Walker E1, what does your development look like on this proposed spacing unit?
So E1 shows Interplus's proposal to develop a 2560 acre unit in Township 146 North, Range 97 West, with sections 15, 22, 27, 34. Interplus is proposing to drill 2 4-mile middle Bakken wells from south to north, developing the 2 wells at the same time as the previously discussed proposed spacing unit directly to the west. Estimated spud of Q2 at 26, estimated frac at Q3 at 26, and an estimated till at Q4 at 26. The 2 wells will be drilled from the existing Over Gaywitch location without the necessity to tear down the existing infrastructure due to the space on the pad available.
Okay. And then again, moving on to E2, again, you've covered this previously, but if there's anything unique from the overall development standpoint with respect to this spacing unit.
Yep. So this proposed 2560 acre unit is shown in orange, and the 2 wells are planned to be developed at the same time as that 2560 unit to the west, shown in blue, mainly to minimize the future frac protect risk. These 2 wells will need to be drilled from a separate location from the aforementioned 5 wells, based over concerns of the large step outs.
Okay. And then E3, let's go through the reservoir and the economics for this one.
Yes, sir. So the economics are very similar to the last 2 cases. Reservoir properties are the same. The middle table shows the same approximate oil in place of 7 million barrels of oil per 640 acre, and an estimated ultimate recovery factor of 960,000 barrels of oil per well for the 2 infill wells. And in terms of economics, we are still expecting an approximate 55% rate of return.
Okay. And again, Walker, if the commission approves this 2560, would that also prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir, it would.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Walker, on exhibit E2.
Yes, sir.
The other cases we heard, you're proposing 5 wells on the 2560. And in this case, you're proposing 2, which would appear to be a much tighter interlateral distance. Is that true?
That is true. We're currently looking at about a 550-foot spacing, a little bit of a higher density spacing here, versus a 750 to 800-foot spacing as the previous cases. Though we are conducting an analysis on this currently of moving one of those wells in between the 2 westernmost parent wells to help with that spacing.
So with that much tighter spacing, you get the same EURs for these wells?
Again, we're conducting that analysis right now, but from the data I've received, yes, we are expecting the same EURs.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31923. And I'll jump ahead to case number 31805. Application of Enterprise Resources USA Corp. For an order amending the applicable orders for the Spotted Horn Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described in sections 11, 12, 13, and 14, Township 150 North, Range 94 West, McKenzie and Montreal Counties, North Dakota, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Enterplus Resources USA Corp. I've got 3 witnesses again on this one. John Prim's going to testify again, but Keith Swiderski will be covering land on this one, and Caitlin McNeely, engineering. I think we're getting them in now. It looks like, yep. Oh, rock. I think we lost John Prim. Oh, yes.
I'm still here. Yep.
Oh, okay. He's on the big one. Sorry, I was looking on the side.
Mr. Swiderski,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Keith, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, sir. My name is Keith Swiderski. I'm a senior staff landman for Interplus Resources USA Corp. In 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Keith, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Swiderski be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Keith, let's start with L1. Can you identify the proposed spacing unit for us?
Yes, sir. L1, the regional locator map. The requested overlapping unit is located in Township 150, Range 94, Sections 11, 12, 13, and 14 in McKenzie County.
Okay, and then moving on to L2, what's your working interest look like in that spacing unit?
Yes, sir. So in the spacing unit, Interplus's working interest will be 35.16%.
Okay, and Keith, will Interplus work with the other working interest owners with interest in this spacing unit with respect to operatorship?
Yes, sir, we will, and we can kind of go to that in the next slide, a little bit more
Sure.
details. But the units in 14 and 13 to the south are operated by Devon, and we've already spoken with Devon about this and have received their support to move forward with being the operator of the section line well.
Okay, great. And then looking at L3, then that you referenced, just take us through that working interest in those underlying units.
Yeah, so in the L3, sections 11 and 12 is an Interplus operated DSU with which we own 70.31%. And sections 14 and 23 and 13 and 24 are both Devon operated DSUs, which we own 0% in each. But as I mentioned earlier, we have received support from Devon to space and operate this section line well.
Sure. And with that, I have no further questions that off the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Brimstone.
Yeah, okay. And John, let's look at your G1. Let's have you describe the structure underlying this proposed spacing unit.
Yep, so G1 shows structure map. These structures are in 20 feet contours and subsea TVD space. The proposed spacing unit outlined in the yellowish orange box there with the type log, the Bear Den 1, off to the south of this proposed spacing unit there highlighted. And what you see in the structure is that there's a slight hill type rise feature there underlying the spacing unit. So what we see is that the structure is shallowing from approximately negative 8,600 to negative 8,660.
Okay.
Up to the crest of that. Yep.
Sure. Then moving on to the ISOPAC map. I think I got it shown as G1 again, but it should be G2. Yep. The ISOPAC for this spacing unit.
Yep, my apologies on that error there.
Sure.
Yeah, G2 is showing the Middle Bakken ISOPAC map with contour intervals of 2 feet. So off to the west of the proposed spacing unit, you can see that 42-foot thickness ISOPAC, and off to the east, you can see a 44. So approximately across this entire proposed spacing unit, thickness of the Middle Bakken should be 43 feet.
Okay. And then let's go on and look at your type log in G3.
Yep, so G3 is that type log that of the well that I highlighted in G1, the Bear Den 1, and it's showing the reservoir properties that we expect to encounter in the subsurface underlying the proposed spacing unit.
Okay, I have no further questions on off of the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Ms. McNeely.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge or belief?
Yeah.
Caitlin, can you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Caitlin McNeely. I'm a development engineer employed by Enerplus, a subsidiary of Dakota Energy, and I am located at 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Caitlin, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with the proposed spacing?
Yes.
I'd move the testimony of Ms. McNeely be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Caitlin, let's look at E1. How would you intend to develop the spacing unit?
So highlighted in red is the section line unit, including sections 11, 12, 13, and 14 of 15094 with an already built pad in the southwest of section 11. That thick purple line there is the proposed Middle Bakken section line well, which will be developed at the same time as those in-unit wells displayed in the dashed purple lines coming from that same pad. And our plan is to start operations at the end of 2026.
All right, then moving on to E2, can you summarize the reservoir data and then the economics?
Sure. So these are typical reservoir properties for the area, and we expect to recover about 671 MBO with an investment around $7 million for the well, and a discounted PR10 of 1.55.
Okay. And Caitlin, in your opinion, if the spacing gets approved to allow for the lease line well, will that prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. Don't have any further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Caitlin, on exhibit E1, are you going to drill this well on the section lines?
As Keith had mentioned earlier, previously our conversations with Devin, they are in support of us doing this well. However, we will likely drill it about 100 to 150 feet off the section line.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31805. Case number 31924. Application of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. For an order amending the applicable orders for the Cartwright and/or Randolph Bakken pools to establish two overlapping stand-up 25/60-acre spacing units described as sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, and sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, Township 150 North, Range 104 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our August hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31924. Case number 31925. Application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Cottonwood Bakken pool to establish two overlapping 19-20-acre spacing units described as sections 1, 2, and 3 and sections 10, 15, and 22, Township 159 North, Range 92 West, Burke County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC. I have 3 witnesses in this case. Taylor Roberts is live in the hearing room. He'll cover land. And then John Prim will cover geology again. And then we have Eva Tomova Medina covering the engineering matters.
Mr. Roberts, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Taylor, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. Taylor Roberts, Senior Staff Landman with Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC. Address 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Taylor, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing units?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Roberts be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Taylor, let's start with your L1. If you can first identify the proposed laydown spacing unit.
Sure. Exhibit 01, original locator map. The bottom image there is sections 1, 2, 3 of Township 159 North, Range 92 West of the laydown 1920.
Okay. Then moving on to L2, what's the working interest in that 1920?
Sure. In that working 1920 acre working interest, Oasis Petroleum has an 87.03%.
Okay. And then let's look at the breakdown, the underlying spacing units for that laydown.
Sure. The green dash lines outline sections 1 and 2 of 159 North, 92 West, and Oasis has a roughly 89.95% working interest. And then the red dash lines outline sections 3 and 10 of 159 North, 92 West, and Oasis has an 81.17% working interest in that 1280.
Okay. And then moving on to the next exhibit, I think looks like we just have an L2 again, but it's the. Can you identify the stand-up 1920 that we're requesting?
Sure. The stand-up 1920 consists of sections 10, 15, 22 of 159 North, 92 West, and Oasis has an 85.49% working interest in that 1920.
Okay. And then moving on to the next exhibit, the working interest in that spacing unit.
Sure. That previously spoken to 1920, the green dash lines of sections 3 and 10, which is the same 3 and 10 I spoke to before. Oasis Petroleum has an 81.17% working interest, and then sections 15, 22 outlined by the red dash lines. Oasis has a working interest of 87.66% working interest.
Okay. And I have no further questions for Mr. Roberts. I would offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Permit still under oath. You proceed.
All right, John, let's look at your G1 in this case and describe the structure underlying these two proposed 1920s.
Sure. So this is a structure map centered over 159 North, 92 West, with the two proposed spacing units outlined in the yellow and green dash lines, as well as the type log I will show in G3, shown just to the west of the yellow proposed spacing unit, the Edwards 449H. And this is showing subsea TBD space, upper Bakken structure, showing it shallowing from southwest to northeast from approximately negative 6,700 subsea TBD to negative 6,400 subsea TBD.
Okay. And then let's look at your ISOPAC map, G2.
Yep, so map highlighting the same key features over the same area. And what it's showing is middle Bakken thickness with contour intervals of 2 feet. So over the yellow proposed spacing unit, we're showing thickness ranging from approximately 43 to 45 feet thick with an average of 44. And then within the green proposed spacing unit, we have average thickness of 43 with it ranging from about 40 to 46 feet thick across the area.
Okay. And then G3, your type log.
And then, yep, G3 is the type log that I highlighted on the G1 locator map, the Edwards 449H, and it's centered over the reservoir interval showing the subsurface that we expect to encounter underneath these proposed spacing units.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, and I would offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Ms. Tomova Medina,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Eva, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, sir. My name is Eva Tomova Medina, and I'm a development engineer working for Oasis Petroleum, a subsidiary of Cord Energy. Our address is 1001 Fanning Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Eva, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with the spacing units?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Move the testimony of Ms. Tomova Medina be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Eva, let's look at E1. Can you describe your development for the laydown 1920?
Yes, sir. So highlighted with the red boxes are proposed 1920 laydown unit, encompassing sections 1, 2, and 3 of Township 159, West Range 92, or Township 129 North, Range 92 West. This is in the Cottonwood Field, proposing 4 laydown Bakken well bores. And I've also highlighted the potential surface locations there. We've scouted. Estimated spud date for these will be in 2028.
Okay. And then let's look at E2. What's development look like on the proposed stand-up 1920?
For the stand-up 1920, again highlighted with the red box, we are also proposing 4 stand-up middle Bakken well bores, highlighted with the purple lines. The potential surface location there is also highlighted with the gray box, and we are estimating to spud these in 2028 as well. We would drill those 2 1920s at the same time.
Okay. And then moving on to E3, can you summarize the reservoir data and the economics?
Yes, sir. In this area, the Bakken is about 43 feet thick, and we are expecting just over 650 MBO EUR per well. And I do have an error there. The OIP units should be MMSTB, not what's shown on there. We can change that if needed. And then looking at the investment, just over $9 million per well at discounted PR10 of just over 0.5.
Okay. So, Eva, in your opinion, if the commission approves these 2 1920s to allow this development, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Eva, on
Yes, sir.
we can look on, we'll say G1. So sections 23, 26, and 35 are stand-up 1920. So I just want to get your opinion on how would sections 11 and 14 be developed in the future?
I would assume a stand-up 1280 would be sufficient, or whatever potential laydown options there. Unfortunately, we don't operate those sections, so I can't competently speak on that development.
So are 1,280 acre spacing wells economic in this area?
I cannot answer that question.
Why can't you answer that question?
Hey, Eva, have you evaluated this area for 1280s recently?
Well, no, I can't say that we have evaluated. Our plan here is for 3 miles development.
So just in looking at this, you currently have only looked at it from the standpoint of the 1920s?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So the 1920s are economic.
There's several different options. We're looking at developing 1920s and 1280s. So there's the 1920s that we're proposing here are stand up 1920s, and we do believe that they're economic. Yes, depending on different environment. I cannot assume what oil price and the different other variables that play in the economics would be in 2028, where we currently have this development scheduled. So I think it's not going to be a fair estimate for me to say whether the 1920s or the 1280s will be economic looking out 3 years from now. So that's why I tend to hesitate to answer those questions, because we're looking at development timing here that's 3 years out. Like I mentioned, there's different things that we're evaluating currently, different well shapes and trajectories to develop 1280s. So who knows what's going to happen in 3 years from now? So it's very difficult for me to testify in front of the commission what the economics would look like for different spacing developments 3 years from now.
So, if I'm understanding you correctly, you presented an exhibit that shows 1920s are economic under this scenario?
Correct, yes.
And under this same economic scenario, you can't tell me whether 1280s are economic or not?
We can run the numbers and supplement if needed. I can't say that we have evaluated the 1280 scenario, because our current plan is to drill these as 1920s.
Yeah, I understand that, but now you're potentially starting to box sections in that the commission has to be concerned about. If you would submit the 1280 economics for the record, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mark, you just want that, or I mean, because there's a multitude of different potential patterns. I think like if you start looking at 2560s going south, I mean, not necessarily going to be restricted to like 1280s. There could be other options, but
yeah, you're more than welcome to submit alternate spacing patterns also.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Eva, what's the IRR of these 1920s in this area? It's got to be something just above 10. I think you get 540,000 in PV10 value on a well, right? Is that what I'm seeing?
I will have to get back to you on that.
The IRR. On Exhibit E3, is it correct that there's 540,000 on a per well basis on a PV10? I'm looking at the very bottom line. Is that just want to verify that's your PV10 number?
Yes, 0.54 is yes, sir.
Yeah, and I think the concern is that the 3 milers are marginally economic. 2 milers maybe uneconomic altogether. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. I wouldn't say that for us 0.54 PIR10 is marginally economic.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, is July 30? August. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So Eva, for the supplemental exhibit, July 30th, like a week from today, is that going to be sufficient time?
Yes, that should be sufficient. And for that, you would like several potentially economic runs of our proposal for 1280 developments, just to make sure I'm understanding the ask.
I think the request was related to, economics of 1,280 acre spacing units, but also if there are other, I think, potential patterns of development, that could work in this area, I think we're welcome to present those as well, if appropriate. So.
Sounds great.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31925. Case number 31926. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Burning Mine, Bakken Pool, McKenzie County to 1. Extend the field outline to include sections 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33, Township 148 North, Range 102 West. 2. Establish 3 overlapping 25-60 acre spacing units described as sections 30 and 31, Township 148 North, Range 102 West, and sections 6 and 7, Township 147 North, Range 102 West, sections 29 and 32, Township 148 North, Range 102 West, and sections 5 and 8, Township 147 North, Range 102 West, and sections 28 and 33, Township 148 North, Range 102 West, and sections 4 and 9, Township 147 North, Range 102 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in each such unit. And 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our August hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 31926. Case number 31927. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the South Boxcar and or North Branch Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 25-60 acre spacing unit described as sections 27 and 34, Township 148 North, Range 102 West, and sections 3 and 10, Township 147 North, Range 102 West, McKenzie County, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our August hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31927. Case number 31928. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bully Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 19-20 acre spacing unit described as sections 25 and 36, Township 148 North, Range 99 West, and section 1, Township 147 North, Range 99 West, McKenzie County, and authorize 6 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our August hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31928. Case number 31929. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bully Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, North Dakota to 1. Establish 2 overlapping stand-up 25-60 acre spacing units described as sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, and sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, Township 148 North, Range 99 West, and authorize 6 horizontal. Establish an overlapping stand-up 51-20 acre spacing unit described as sections 1, 2, 11, 12, 13, 14, 23, and 24, Township 148 North, Range 99 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit, or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our August hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 31929. Case number 31930. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bully and or Haystack Butte Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 51-20 acre spacing unit described as sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, Township 148 North, Range 99 West, and sections 6, 7, 18, and 19, Township 148 North, Range 98 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our August hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 31930. Case number 31931, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Haystack Butte Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described in sections 6, 7, 18, and 19, Township 148 North, Range 98 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 7 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP. Have 3 witnesses in this case: Ashley Hansen, Sarah Beth Donaldson, and Abby Trigg. And I think that's the conference room they're in. Can you guys hear me, Ashley?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yeah. Are all 3 of you in the conference room?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great.
Ms. Hanson,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Ashley, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, I'm Ashley Hansen. I am a staff land negotiator with ConocoPhillips, also Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP. I'm located at 935 North Eldredge Parkway in Houston, Texas.
And Ashley, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with this proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
I would move the testimony of Ms. Hansen be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Ashley, let's look at L1. Can I have you identify, or excuse me, 1.1, have you identify the spacing unit we're requesting?
Yes, so first I'll point out the inset map located in the top right corner, which is reflecting its location within North Dakota. This application includes the lands of sections 6, 7, 18, and 19 and 148-98. On this map, you will see a light blue highlight that's indicating our Wilson DSU. It's an existing 1,280 acre spacing unit with 1 producing well. We also have the Neal unit, also a existing 1,280 acre spacing unit with 1 well producing, that's shown in orange. We are requesting an overlapping 2560 acre unit with 7 well density, and that is identified by the red dashed outline.
Okay. Let's look at 1.2. Can you describe your working interest in that proposed spacing unit?
Yes, so this table identifies the proposed spacing unit interest for the unit. It comprised of 2,458.25 acres. Burlington Resources has 57.64% interest. Hess Bakken Investments 2 has 31.91% interest. SOGC, Bakken Production, Great Barrier Energy, and the other category comprise the remaining 10.45% working interest.
Okay. And then let's look at 1.3, just go through the working interest in those underlying spacing units.
Yes, so the underlying spacing units, our first one is the Wilson, which as previously mentioned, we operate Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP. The working interest ownership is Burlington Resources with 37.2%, Hess Bakken Investments 2 with 51.96% interest, and SOGC, Linda Joan Rice in the other category comprising the remaining 10.84% working interest. Moving down to the Neal unit, also operated by Burlington. This is comprised of sections 18 and 19, 148-98, 1,228.16 acre unit. Burlington Resources has 78.11% working interest. Hess Bakken Investments 2 has 11.82% working interest. Great Barrier Energy, Bakken Production, Valentine Legacy Resources, and the other category comprise the remaining 10.07% working interest.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Ms. Donaldson.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Sarah Beth, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Sarah Beth Donaldson. I'm a geologist at ConocoPhillips Company, located at 935 North Eldredge Parkway, Houston, Texas, 77079.
And Sarah Beth, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications received as an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I do.
I would move the testimony of Ms. Donaldson be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Sarah Beth, let's start with G1. Can you describe the structure underlying the spacing unit?
Depicted in G1 is the Upper Bakken Shale structure map with a contour interval of 25 feet. The proposed 2560-acre spacing unit is shown in the red dashed polygon, which has an average dip of less than half a degree. The white stars are type logs shown in Exhibit G2.
Okay. And then why don't you move on to G2 and describe what you're showing in the type log?
G2 shows a type log identified in G1, shows our primary target interval, the middle Bakken, noted by the gray star. The middle Bakken thickness is consistent across the spacing unit.
Okay, and then moving on to G3, tell us how you would intend to develop the proposed spacing unit.
Depicted in G3 is our full plan of development for the proposed overlapping 2560 spacing unit. The spacing unit includes 7 4-mile middle Bakken wells spaced at 660 feet, shown by the blue dashed lines. The wells will be batch drilled from 2 proposed pad locations that have not been staked yet in the southern part of Section 19, shown by the gray boxes. The 2 existing single well 1280-acre wells will be plugged and abandoned prior to drilling operations. By plugging and abandoning these wells, we can optimize our well spacing across the unit to maximize recovery within the 2560 spacing unit. Our plan is to batch drill each pad, and all wells will be zipper fracked. We are still evaluating our operation schedule, but they are currently have an estimated spud date in 2029.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Ms. Trigg,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Abby, can I state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Abby Trigg. I'm a staff reservoir engineer at ConocoPhillips Company, located at 935 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas 77079.
And Abby, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
And had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with the proposed spacing?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Trigg be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Abby, let's start with 3.1. Can you just tell us how you would drill and complete these proposed wells?
We plan to drill targeting only the Middle Bakken Formation, as Sarah Beth has already mentioned in the geologic exhibits. We plan to drill these wells to about 20,000 foot lateral length, comprising of about 100 stages of plug and perf completion design.
Okay, let's look at 3.2. Can you summarize the reservoir data for us?
As Sarah Beth mentioned, we expect consistent Middle Bakken reservoir quality across this proposed DSU. We plan to pump a high viscosity friction reducer based fluid and prop these fractures in order to ultimately deliver about 780,000 stock tank barrels per well. Rolling that up to the 7 wells per section that we are premising, you are looking at about a 3.5% recovery factor per well and around a 20% recovery factor at the DSU level.
Okay. And then looking at 3.3, can you take us through the economics?
Happy to. We are estimating spudding these wells in the 2029 timeframe, and I am projecting here about $12 million to execute each one of these wells, utilizing our working interest of 58% and our revenue interest of around 47%, and assuming a realized oil price of $50 per barrel. With the estimated oil recovery of 780,000 stock tank barrels per well, I am projecting a positive NPV and a payout of under 2 years. I am anticipating around a 50 to 55% rate of return on each of these wells.
Okay. So then, Abby, in your opinion, if the commission approves this 2560 to allow this development, Would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'm offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Maybe on exhibit, I guess G3 we can look at. It appears like the new wells will overlap almost overlap the existing two wells in there. What's the plan for those existing two wells?
Yes, we plan to P&A the existing wells.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31931. Case number 31808. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Little Tank and/or Bowline Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 1930-31, Township 148 North, Range 101 West, McKenzie County, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our August hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 31808. Case number 31809. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Little Tank and/or North Branch Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 23, 26, and 35, Township 148 North, Range 102 West, McKenzie County, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. The case has been continued to our August hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31809. Case number 31723. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bennett Creek Bakken pool to establish 2 overlapping laydown 2560 acre spacing units described in sections 26, 27, 28, and 29, and sections 32, 33, 34, and 35, Township 147 North, Range 99 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31723. Case number 31724. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Ranch Creek and/or Bennett Creek Bakken pool to establish a stand-up 5120 acre spacing unit described as sections 1, 2, 11, and 12, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, and sections 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 147 North, Range 99 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31724. Case number 31726. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Ranch Creek and/or Bennett Creek and/or Lone Butte Bakken pools to establish a stand-up 5120 acre spacing unit described as sections 1 and 12, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, and sections 25 and 36, Township 147 North, Range 99 West, and sections 6 and 7, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, and sections 30 and 31, Township 147 North, Range 98 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31726. Case number 31932. Application of Petro Hunt LLC for an order permitting the use of casing laid on the ground for the purpose of pumping hydraulic fracturing fluid between 2 specific well pads located in Section 11 and Section 3, Township 153 North, Range 95 West, Charleston Field, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and allowing casing to be installed from the pad of the USA 11B-2-2H well located in the northwest of Section 11, Township 153 North, Range 95 West, and connected to the pad of the following wells: USA 153-95-3A-331H, USA 153-95-3A-332H, USA 153-95-3A-333H, USA 153-95-3A-334H, and USA 153-95-3A-335H. 5H, located in the southeast of Section 3, Township 153 North, Range 95 West, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Petro Hunt LLC. And Mr. Examiner, I have Mr. Guy Hain present in the hearing room. He'll testify. Also, potentially planning to have Michael Manigold with Petro Hunt. I don't see him on there yet. He may join, but like my intention is to go through all of it with Mr. Hain, I think. But if Mr. Manigold was involved, and if he does join, and there's something that more appropriate for him to address, that's fine. But like for now, I think we're just going to go with Mr. Hain.
Mr. Hain, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Guy, can I have you state your name for the record?
Guy Hain,
And who do you work for?
Petro Hunt.
Okay, and what's your position with Petro Hunt?
I'm a completion superintendent.
Okay, and do you happen to know your business address?
It's 390 119th Ave, Southwest Killdeer, North Dakota.
And have you previously testified before this commission?
No, sir.
Why don't we just have you briefly run us through relevant educational background and work experience?
Okay, I started in the oil field in 1981, running casing for offshore casing crews, Frank's casing crews. Received a 2-year degree in oil and gas technology, graduated in 87. After completion of my degree, I went to work for Dowell, which then became Schlumberger. I did 20 years there, primarily in the frac department. Went to sales for 5 years with Frac Tech, and then I came on with Petro Hunt in 2012.
And Guy, you're involved in or familiar with the completions operations on these pads and the transfer of the frac fluid?
Yes, sir.
Them? Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Hain be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Guy, before we get into the exhibits, I just want to kind of clarify or confirm that the frac fluid that we're seeking to kind of transfer with this surface casing, that's freshwater frac fluid, right?
Primarily, yes, with frac additives.
Sure, but we're not talking about using any produced fluid.
No, sir.
There's been some recent cases where there's been some. That's not
Yes,
this case.
no, sir.
Let's start with the exhibit number 1 and just kind of as an overview, identify the two pads that you're looking to transfer the frac fluid between with the surface case and kind of go over the route.
Yeah, the route will be going along County Road 104, I believe that is. Yeah, 104. From that 2B pad. And it'll go along the roadway, and there's a culvert across the county road from the 3A pad, and we'll install 9 5/8 casing, adjoining 9 5/8 casing underneath the county road to give us a second barrier from that 5.5 casing that will run underneath it. If in case there is a leak, it won't blow that road out.
Sure. And then just moving on to exhibit number 2, kind of a similar aerial view. Is that the two pads we've got depicted here on the road that you're going to be running it along?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then exhibit number 3, which location is this?
This is the 3A pad. There's 3 existing wells, and then we drilled 5 new wells. And as you can see from the picture, there's not much room for a frac fleet. And that's why we've elected to run the remote line.
Yep. And then finally, exhibit number 4 on the depictions. Which location is that?
That'll be the location where we'll rig up the frac crew.
Yep. Okay. And then moving on to exhibit number 5, let's just kind of start to go through some of the I guess equipment or infrastructure you're using. I don't need you to read off all the specs for this, but just kind of describe for us kind of what you're using, what you're looking at.
This is a high torque wedge connection that's got metal to metal seal, as you can see on the very bottom of the pin ends where it goes into the coupling. Continental's been using Tenera's 463 wedge, and we actually like sourcing what we can locally. So Bakken Thread Repair is working on, but they got the license. They just sent their first samples to Houston to be checked by Fermata, And once they get a blessing on that, we'll be able to start cutting threads.
Okay. Then let's go on to the next exhibit, exhibit number 6. Just to kind of explain for us sort of the inspections that you do or process.
Yeah, so this 5.5 string was run in 2020 on a Battleview well as a tieback string. So we sent it to Pathfinder for inspection to make sure that the casing integrity was still there.
Okay. Let's go ahead, go on exhibit number 7. Just kind of describe for us what we're talking about there on that exhibit.
Okay, so basically from where the frac fleet is going to be rigged up, Halliburton will have their pressure relief valves there on the pump side of the check valve going into a containment, and then we'll go off of Halliburton's manifold and we'll tie into this 5.5 inch casing, and we'll run it down till we get to that culvert, and then we'll flange up to Cameron's 5 1/8 15K mono line, and that's what we'll run. We'll have after we make the turn, they'll run like 10 foot of that mono line because it's a lot thicker. So that's probably where you have most of your wear, right there when it makes a turn, and then we'll tie it back into the 5.5 and go up to the 3/8 pad.
Okay. What how about exhibit number 8 that you've got there? What are we showing on there? You got that one.
Yeah, it's the body adapter flange.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is the flange that'll go from the 5 1/8 15K to the casing.
Okay. And then the last exhibit, I don't need you to kind of read this or go through it. You started kind of explaining the process, but just also kind of touch on some of the other things you've got in here with respect to, kind of safety and testing, pressure testing, like those types of things to ensure that, kind of the integrity of the casing.
Yes, sir.
So if you should, go ahead and walk us through that.
Okay. So as far as pressure testing the casing, we'll be testing to 10.6, and we'll notify the state 48 hours prior to testing. We'll have visible signs and markers along the line, and we'll just use fresh water for the test, and we'll monitor the line stock traffic on County Road 104 when we are doing our pressure test. We'll monitor it for 30 minutes, and if there's less than a 5% drop in pressure, we'll consider that a successful test.
And then I think you also had a little bit on here, like kind of like safety during the frac operations. Just want to.
Yes, sir. We'll have our flowback personnel monitoring the line during the operations. So.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for Mr. Hain, and I would offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
What's the MAOP of that casing that you're going to be? I guess what's the max pressure during the frac job that
what we call 9,300 top pressure, but we'll ride somewhere around 9,200 when we start at the toe. And as we work our way back, the pressure will be down 8,000 or less.
Then is it? I guess on Exhibit 9 is the casing burst pressure at 14,500. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're not just transferring water through it. It's high pressure during you're hydraulically fracturing through this.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Sand laden fluid.
And what's the distance between the two pads?
0.6 of a mile.
0.6 of a mile. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Got a couple items that I maybe misunderstood. You're not going to be using produced water through the casing, is that right?
Correct.
And are you running the 5.5 casing in 9 5/8 casing?
Or we will underneath that county road, so just to give a secondary barrier.
Just under the county road is where.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On exhibit
6, the second page, your report. It's noted and it says it's in red. It says rejected and then scrapped. Can you just give me so I understand why that particular piece was scrapped out? It appears the percentages are somewhat similar to the other pieces, so I'm just kind of curious why that was.
Can you see that?
I really can't give you an answer on that. Huh?
Would Michael know on that or not?
I'm not sure. I could get with Pathfinder.
It's okay. Is there a reason to be using, I guess, used casing? Is it just a cost savings, or is there any concern after Pathfinder did their inspection that you may have an issue with used casing?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you pulling the casing as you proceed through your frac job, skidding it at all, or is it going to remain stationary throughout the entire process?
It'll remain stationary. We'll tie it into a zipper manifold when we get to the pad to be fragged.
And you will have on-site personnel monitoring it throughout the job to just ensure that if there is a leak, it will be isolated immediately?
Yes, sir. And there'll be a check valve and isolation valves on the Cameron manifold after we hook up to the casing on the wellhead side, the wells to be fragged. So if there is a failure, the check valve will catch it. And then we have check valves on the location that we have our frac fleet on too. So,
are you going to be assembling the casing joints on location, or are they going to be coming in and?
Yeah, we'll assemble them. Most of it will be on that 2B pad, the pad where the frac fleet will be, and then we'll use a traco to just move it along the line.
Have you conducted similar operations prior?
No, sir. This is our first one. I've been in touch with Continental and Austin with Cameron wellheads. Has done several, so this will be our first one.
Okay, thank you.
I got two more questions. The fluid is freshwater. Is there any crosslink gel or linear gel, or is it slick water?
It's slick water. We use a high visc FR.
Okay. And then you may not know this yet, but do you guys have the necessary right of way established?
We're in the process with the Forestry Service right now.
Okay, and you tend to get that prior to?
Yes, sir. We're about to finish up on that, I believe.
Thank you.
So, Guy, I'm going to go through a series of questions here and looking at your exhibits. So, on Exhibit 1, the frac fleet is on which pad?
It'll be on that bottom right.
That's where the frac fleet is?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to assemble the casing and drag it up to the other pad?
You will to the culvert, and then we'll assemble the casing on the 3A pad where we go from the wells to be fracked to the culvert.
So you're going to drag that with like some kind of track or loader or something?
Traco, yes, sir.
And the entire pathway is on U.S. Forest Service?
Yes, sir.
And you need to get their approval?
Yes, sir.
You said there's about 0.6 of a mile. I mean, how many feet of pipe are you looking at using?
I think it was like 1,600 foot.
1,600.
I think that's right.
That doesn't
That could
equate
be
to 0.6 of a mile.
Oh, Michael says he's in the lobby, but nobody will let him in.
He's in now.
Oh, he is? Okay.
I'm here now. Yes, sir.
So on Exhibit 1, you got 1,450 feet from edge of location to edge of roadway at crossing.
Yes, sir.
So that's 1,450 feet from the frac fleet pad to the culvert, basically?
Yes, sir.
And then another 76 feet, roughly, from the edge of the roadway to the edge of the location.
Yes, sir.
So if I add those two together and add another 100, 200 feet, that's roughly how many feet you would have?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what the elevation change is between the two pads?
I do not.
I mean, is it considerable? Is it?
No, there's no concerns. We met with Pathfinder, the people that laid these remote frac lines, and they didn't have any concerns with the elevation change.
So are you pumping the water uphill?
It'd be more downhill than uphill.
What's the source of? Where's this fresh water going to be stored?
We'll have our water sources, and we'll have a set of tanks on the pad that we're going to have the frac fleet on, and we'll transfer from water sources to these frac tanks, and then Halliburton will pull off those frac tanks.
So you're going to have a series of frac tanks.
Yes, sir.
And then are you going to have any type of open receptacle set on this location, or are you just trucking it in as you need to, or how is this working?
For the water, it'll be transferred with the 12-inch poly line or lay flat line.
Okay. So 12-inch lay flat to get it to the frac fleet.
Yes, sir.
And then you'll have frac tanks on location to fill and then pull off of those.
Yes, sir.
There's one well currently on the frac fleet pad?
Yes, sir.
Is that a new well or an old well?
It's an old well. We'll close it in. Even though it's not in line for a frac yet, we'll close it in since we'll have frac operations going on.
Does it have a tank battery? Look
No.
at Exhibit 4.
No, there's not a tank battery on that side.
So where is its tank battery?
I'd have to get back with you on that.
No, it's not important. On Exhibit 5, you said this is a high torque wedge casing.
If that's the connection, yes, sir.
The connection. And you said something about cutting threads?
Yes, sir. The 5.5 casing that we had inspected, they'll cut the ends off of it, and they'll cut these new threads on there and put couplings on with a bucket machine.
And this casing on Exhibit 6, that was used one time?
Yes.
So I can't read this next one, but I'm going to guess. Is this a... I mean, what... Can you read it? What are we looking at here? I can see some, looks like percentages in the left-hand column. Can anybody read it? So we'll want you to resubmit this exhibit so we can actually read it.
Okay.
I mean, do you know what kind of inspection this was?
I wish I had Tom McAvoy on the phone. He's the one that sent it over to be inspected. That's my first experience with this remote line, so.
Yeah, I just cannot read what that says. The heading. Okay, I'll worry about that one. If we have questions after we get it one.
I think, well, mark the percentage one. I think it says nominal percentages. What that one says, but
yeah, and then
well, we'll have to look at it
sure.
so we can read it.
Yep.
And then Exhibit 7. These are these Cameron connections. This is a monoflex line.
Yes, sir.
And this will be used.
And that is I had Cameron put that on there just in case there's a change in elevation that we need a mono line where the line doesn't set flat or set on the ground. So that's an optional.
Yeah, I assume there's at least a couple of turns in here that you're probably going to need to use it on.
Well, yes, on those turns we'll use blocks.
But you're going to have to use some kind of flex hose, correct?
We may have to. And the only point that we would have to use that flex hose is when we're going on to that 3/8 pad, because you got the embankment and then it levels out on the pad. So right there would be the only possible place we need to use it.
How about at the culvert?
No, so the pipe's pretty flexible. It'll bend down that slope, and then we just make a 90 there and go underneath the culvert.
You make a 90 where?
Prior to getting to the culvert. If you can
and that 90 will be the flex hose?
No, it'll be a flange connection. It'll be a metal block, 15K block.
Okay. In Exhibit 8, what are we trying to depict here? Looks like you have a manifold on the, called the stem location. Is that right? Is that what we're looking at on the left here? That's your manifold?
Yes, that's where the frac pumps would be tied into. It says missile.
Yeah, I'm talking about the left-hand side.
On the left-hand side?
That's where the wells are going to be stimulated, is that
yes,
right? So that's just your manifold.
Yeah, there'll be a check valve and a couple isolation valves and a 2-inch blowdown line. So we can purge the line with fresh water and then blow it clean with air when we get done.
And then on the right-hand side, that's on the stem fleet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're going to pressure test the line and then purge it with air and then start your frac operation sometime after that?
Yes.
You gave us a casing specs, right? It's P110, is that right?
Yes, sir. 23-pound P110.
So is your frac 100% freshwater?
Yes, sir, other than the chemical additives that we'll have in there.
And when so if I'm looking at Exhibit 1 again, this County Road 10, is that the main road
that's 104
or 104?
Yes, sir.
So is that when this line is under pressure during your pressure test or during your frac job? I mean, is there will the road be closed off or will it not?
No, sir.
So people can still travel.
Yes, we'll have markers and flagging on it to let people know, that there is a high pressure line there. And we'll have our flowback personnel monitoring the line during the fracs.
So the line is apparently going to be 35 feet away from the roadway under 9,000 PSI?
Yes, sir.
Is that a safety concern?
No, sir. I mean, I guess, I'm used to working around pressure, so, we call it the red zone. We try to keep people, away from the red zone. But these connections that are real similar to what Continental's been running, they haven't had a failure yet.
So you mentioned the red zone. How big is the red zone?
It's about 35, 40 foot away from the treating iron.
And how long do you think this line will be in use?
Approximately 30 days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So as a reminder, Wade will want that.
Yeah, so
Yeah, we'll keep the record open till
Exhibit
yeah, we
6,
have a
the
week.
second
If we can
page.
just get that inspection report with blow it up or just
right.
put a little bit so we can read that a little bit better.
And I'll get with you on the joint that was rejected too, on why it was rejected.
Okay.
So we'll keep the record open until July 30th in this case. Is that good enough?
Yeah, July 30th works.
That's fine.
Well, wait, I do have another question. When do you plan on fracking?
It'd be towards the end of August right now, the way the frac fleet's been moving along. I'm projecting like now, we'll probably be ready to start rigging in that remote line if we get approval around the 20th of August.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, did you want to call your second witness or no?
I don't think so. We've covered everything. Right?
Okay.
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay. Anything further?
No.
Okay. That concludes our hearing for case number 31932. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Case number 31933. Application of Petra Hunt LLC pursuant to NDAC 430203 88.1 for an order of the Commission authorizing the drilling of the Tinjum 159-91-31 saltwater disposal from a surface hole location in the southeast southwest section 31 township 159 north range 91 west to a bottom hole location in the northeast southwest section 31 township 159 north range 91 west Kittleson Slough Field, Burke County, North Dakota, in the Dakota group pursuant to NDAC chapter 430205 and providing such other and further relief. All interested parties please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Petra Hunt LLC. And Mr. Examiner, I'm also appearing on behalf of Petra Hunt in the next case, 31871, which is also the saltwater disposal case. And I guess I don't intend to call witness for either case. I just have comment, and it's my understanding. So as you're aware, as staff is aware, these cases are typically on the admin docket, but due to a letter that was received that referenced, I believe there's only one letter in the same letter, and it referenced both of these proposed saltwater disposal wells. That's why they're on the regular docket, and I just wanted to kind of address that letter. So I guess for purposes of hearing on this, I'd request that it be consolidated.
Request granted. I'll call 31871 now then.
Okay.
Application of Petro Hunt LLC pursuant to 43020388.1 of NDAC for an order of the Commission authorizing the drilling of the State 158-92-1 saltwater disposal from a surface well location in Lot 3, Section 1, Township 158 North, Range 92 West, to a bottom hole location in the Southwest Northeast, Section 1, Township 158 North, Range 92 West, Cottonwood Field, Montreal County, North Dakota, and Dakota Group pursuant to NDAC Chapter 430205 and providing such other and further relief. So at this point, I'll give you a chance to comment and also comment on the letter.
Sure. And Mr. Examiner, I do have a representative of Petro Hunt who's on, Mr. Jesse Spohr. In the event that there's any specific questions that any of the staff has, he's available and more than willing to kind of address any questions. But with respect to, like I indicated, I'm aware that a letter was filed by Keith and Sharon Anderson. They received notice, of these wells, and in response, sent a letter to the commission. And the letter is just sort of a general objection to the two disposal wells. I think they indicated that with respect to the location of one of them, it's over a half mile away from a freshwater well that they have, and then on another one it was, I think, just under a mile from like a neighbor's well, I think, on state land that they lease. But anyway, we acknowledge the letter, understand it. There really is nothing in the letter to reflect or indicate that there's any specific or particular concern with either one of these proposed saltwater disposal wells. They just indicate that, in general, they don't like disposal wells, and there's potential risks for freshwater contamination if something were to happen in the future on one of the wells. And then they reference a ProPublica article that really not, particularly relevant to anything. And that's sort of the extent of the letter. So, without any particularized evidence of any concerns or any special issues with either of these wells, Petro Hunt stands on the Form 14s for both of these. I don't have any additional exhibits. There's an extensive process. There's extensive set of regulations, 430205. For example, in Section 2 prohibits injection into underground source of drinking water. There's Section 05 that addresses, faults, fractures, and confining zones. 06 has construction requirements. 07 mechanical integrity. So these proposed wells are vetted and in depth by commission staff. So Petro Hunt will comply with all of those regs and requirements, and to the extent that there's any questions or issues posed by commission staff as they evaluate the Form 14 and issue the permit, obviously they'll address those. But other than that, like I said, there's nothing in the letters to suggest that there's going to be any issues with either one of these wells. So we would just request that the permits be issued as would, hundreds of other previous issued or permits that have been issued and heard on the administrative docket.
Any questions from the staff? Did you want to call your witness at all, or?
I only have them available if commission has any questions for them. I don't need to call them for any reason.
Well, it sounds like they don't have any questions, so. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we should call him so I can ask a couple.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I can call him. Okay. Jesse, are you there? Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Mr. Spohr.
Hang on. Yeah. The hearing examiner needs to swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Yeah, and Jesse, I think we'll just kind of introduce you and get some background. Can I have you state your name for the record?
Yep. Can I also jump in? I have another engineer in here with me. His name's Gregory Schindler, who's been working on this quite a bit. Is it all right if I let him kind of take the lead? And
Yeah. So
Let me
he's
swear in.
he's got more. Hang on. Just yeah. Go ahead.
Let me swear in Mr. Schindler then.
Yeah, I think so.
Mr. Schindler. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yes.
All right. So, Greg, can I have you state your name for the record for us?
Yep, Gregory Schindler.
And who do you work for?
Petra Hunt.
Okay. And what's your position with Petra Hunt?
I am a production engineer.
Okay. And Greg, are you familiar with these two SWDs and the Form 14s, the applications?
I am, yes.
Okay. And I don't have any specific questions for Mr. Schindler, but to the extent that
do you want to swear him as an expert?
Yeah. So, can you just briefly take us through your educational background and sort of relevant work experience?
Yep, so I've been with Petra Hunt for 3 years now, working on different wells, helping with SWDs, helping manage wells, manage SWDs, help do some design work on them.
Okay. And you're familiar with both of these SWDs in particular, you said?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Mr. Garner,
Can we get a little bit of his educational background?
Okay. What's your educational background?
Yep, I have a petroleum engineering degree from Montana Tech.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, I move the testimony of Mr. Schindler be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And as I indicated, I don't have any specific questions for him, but he'll take any questions from staff.
Okay. Any questions, staff?
Okay, looking at your fresh water sampling in these applications, were you involved in collecting those samples or at least being in contact with the owners of those wells?
So I was not involved with collecting them or the contact of the owners. That would have been more of our regulatory guy.
Is that Jesse or someone else?
That would be someone else.
Okay. Do you know if the Andersons were contacted at all during that process?
If you want me to step out real quick, our regulatory guy is right around the corner, and I can ask him, but I do not know the answer to that question.
Wade, I'm assuming Ashley's questions, if it goes down the line of the freshwater samples, the regulatory person probably should be the one testifying.
Okay.
Instead of us running from room to room to get answers.
Sure. So, Jesse or Greg, can we get that person sworn in so we can address some of the freshwater sampling questions?
Yep, absolutely.
And who is that?
That would be Sean Reisenauer.
I didn't catch that.
Sean Reisenauer.
Sean Redenauer.
Reisenauer.
Sean Reisenauer.
Sean just stepped in the room.
Mr. Reisenauer,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right. Sean, can you just tell us your name for the record?
Sean Reisenauer.
Okay. And who do you work for?
Petra Hunt.
And what's your position at Petra Hunt?
Assistant District Manager.
Okay. And Sean, have you're familiar with each of these saltwater disposal wells that are part of these two cases?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And Sean, have you previously testified before the commission?
Say that again, please.
Have you previously testified before the industrial commission?
I have not.
Okay. Can you briefly just give us your relevant educational background and work experience?
Graduated from Belfield High School, graduated from DSU with a degree in computer science. Began working for the Forest Service. I spent about 10 years there doing oil and gas related work, and started at Petro Hunt about 11 years ago.
Okay. And Sean, have you been involved in multiple other permittings of saltwater disposal wells?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Risenauer be received as an expert.
Motion granted.
And Sean, I don't have any questions for you, but staff has some questions, at least somewhat related to freshwater sampling and what was done. So go ahead. Sorry.
All right, Sean, I have some questions concerning the freshwater sampling for these 2 disposal wells. Were you involved in contacting the owners of the freshwater wells to obtain samples?
I was not directly involved with that. We sort of worked that through our land department as well as Astrochem, who gathered the samples.
Okay. Do you know if the Andersons were contacted during that process at all?
It would be very possible if one of the wells was within the area of review, yes.
Okay. So based on what you've submitted, the well in 36, which is on the ND Trust lands, that one was sampled. There is another well in section 1 that is on the Andersons' property that was sampled. But within their letter, they mention another freshwater well in 15892 section 2 that, based on what you've submitted, was not sampled. Would that be something, if the commission were to require it, that the Petro Hunt could go out and do? Would be to sample that other well in section 2?
It would be possible, yes. Typically, if we don't sample a well, it's because the landowner we're working with has informed us that the well is no longer in operation or would take, some outside act to actually sample it.
So could Petro Hunt reach out to the Andersons concerning that well in section 2 and see if they would allow you to go on and sample that and then supplement the record with the results of that conversation?
Yes, we could.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, how long do you think it's going to take to get that done?
Yeah, Sean, do you have any idea? I mean, obviously, I suppose it's dependent on how responsive the Andersons are, but do you have a sense of how long it might take you to kind of follow up on the request that we can file with the commission?
Yeah, I would say, like you said, however long it takes to get a hold of the Andersons and, whatever they inform us with why the well was not sampled. If it is able to be sampled for some reason, it would be a day or 2 to line up Astrochem and then probably 7 to 10 days to get sample results back.
So is 2 weeks too tight of a window or not?
It would be somewhat tight, but I think we could do that, yep.
Okay. So
why don't we go with the end of that week, August 8th? Is that good enough?
August 8th, Sean? Shoot for that?
Yeah, we could shoot for that.
Okay.
Okay, the record will remain open in these cases until August 8th. And if there's nothing more, that concludes our hearings for case numbers 31933 and 31871. Case number 31812, application of Dakota Energy LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Climax Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota to 1. Establish stand-up 1920 acre spacing units for sections 4, 9, and 16, and sections 5, 8, and 17, Township 158 North, Range 102 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in each such unit, and 2 for such other relief as is appropriate. This case has been continued to our August hearings. And this looks like a good spot to take a Lunch break will return at 1:05. Okay. Okay, we are back on the record. We'll resume with case number 31934. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Saxon Murphy Great Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 1920 acre space unit described as section 6, 7, and 18, Township 144 North, Range 93 West, Town County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, P.O. Box 1056 in Sheridan, Wyoming. Appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC, we have 3 witnesses in person. Mark Johnson is land, Keith Coffindaffer is geology, and Eric Shivy is engineering. And they'll be on all 5 cases.
Mr. Johnson, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge, please?
I do.
Mark, would you please state your name and address for the staff?
Mark Johnson. I work for Phoenix Operating LLC. Our business address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado 80237. And I am the Executive Vice President of Land, Regulatory, and HSE.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness in petroleum land matters?
I have.
And are you personally familiar with the lands in this application and all the applications today?
Yes, I am.
I ask that Mr. Johnson be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum land matters.
Motion granted.
Starting with Exhibit 1, would you please discuss the application lands for the first application in case 31934?
Exhibit 1 is just our basic overview regional map. You can see the proposed spacing unit in red, basically in the center of Dunn County, North Dakota.
Move on to Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 zooms in a little bit. Again, you can see the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit of sections 6, 7, and 18 of 14493. And also on Exhibit 2, you can see the 3 2-mile DSUs that we recently drilled and brought online.
And moving on to Exhibit 3, discuss Phoenix's ownership.
Exhibit 3 zooms in even further of 6, 7, and 18 of 14493. And Phoenix currently has a 61.6% working interest in this 1920 acre unit.
And if this application is approved, will Phoenix cooperate with other working interest owners in drilling the proposed well?
Yes.
And did you execute the gas capture affidavit attached as Exhibit 9?
I did.
I would have no further questions and ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Mr. Coffindaffer, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Keith, would you please state your name and address for the staff, and I would suggest that you spell your last name, please.
Certainly. My name is Keith Coffindaffer. I work for Phoenix Operating LLC. I'm a senior geologist there. The address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado 80237, and Coffindaffer is spelled Coffindaffer.
And since this is your first hearing in person, would you briefly give your educational and professional background for the staff?
Certainly. I have a bachelor's in geology that I got from West Virginia University in 2010. I followed that up with a master's in geology from West Virginia University in 2012. Immediately went to work for Chesapeake Energy in Oklahoma City beginning in 2012, working their Marcellus group, watching one rig. I was there for 2 years, moved to the South Texas Eagleford business unit, where I worked for 4 years as their lead regional geologist, working acquisitions and divestitures, as well as watching 4 rigs. I moved to the Rockies Exploration Group within Chesapeake for the latter 3 years of my time there, and in total, I drilled 160 wells to date, leading me to my time here at Phoenix.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
Yes, sir, I am.
I would ask that Mr. Coffin-Daffer be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum geology.
Motion granted.
Starting with Exhibit 4, would you please explain the structure map?
Certainly. This is a Middle Bakken subsea structure map where we can see the dip just gently dipping to the southeast, along with the aforementioned previously drilled Phoenix-operated Marshall units in green. And we also see a cross-section indicator line there from 8A prime with a type log in the center.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 5, please discuss the cross-section as well as the type log.
Certainly. So this is a cross-section hung on the Upper Bakken Shale. We can see the Middle Bakken target is present and continuous across the proposed spacing unit there. And we have, in logs, we have gamma ray resistivity in the center track to the right of the depth track, and our neutron porosity logs on the right-hand side in the red and blue. Getting down to the reservoir properties underneath that, we see that the Bakken is at a depth of 10,230 feet in the type log. Calculated an average porosity of 6.9% of the Middle Bakken, average water saturation of 24%. Average thickness in the area is about 33 feet. We use a B sub I of 1.5 in our OOIP calculations, and resulting in a value of 5.5 million standard barrels per section.
And is the Middle Bakken present and continuous across all the lands in this application?
Yes, sir, it is.
And if approved from a geologic standpoint, will waste be prevented, quality rights protected, and the drilling of unnecessary wells prevented?
Yes.
I have no further questions for Mr. Coffin-Daffer and ask that Exhibits 4 and 5 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Shivy, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do. Eric, would you please state your name and address for the staff?
Yes, Eric Shivy. I work for Phoenix Operating LLC. Our business address is 4643 South Holster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237. I'm the Vice President of Reservoir Engineering and Corporate Reserves.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert in petroleum engineering?
Yes, I have.
And are you personally familiar with the lands?
I am.
Asked that he be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum engineering.
Motion granted.
Starting with Exhibit 6, would you please describe the wellbore diagram that Phoenix anticipates utilizing?
Yes, this is our standard design in the Williston Basin, a 3-string casing design with 9 5/8 surface, 7-inch landed in the target formation, the Middle Bakken, and 4.5-inch liner cemented in place. Additionally, we would anticipate fracking with 80 stages, 1,000 pounds per foot, with 40/70 white sand, about 80 barrels a minute.
Moving on to Exhibit 7, please describe Phoenix's anticipated development of the proposed spacing unit.
Yes, you can see the surface location. We planned in the south central part of Section 18, drilling south to north, 4 Middle Bakken laterals. They would all be drilled simultaneously and completed simultaneously in Q2 of next year. We anticipate spudding. I would like just to point out that vertical well in Section 7, that was an old vertical test, drilled in 1981. It was surface casing was set at about 3,000 feet, and there was various DSTs down uphole, but it was deemed a dry hole.
And I know in the past Phoenix has anticipated lease line wells. Do you anticipate any lease line wells in this proposed spacing unit?
Not in this proposed spacing unit, no.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 8, would you discuss the economics of a well in this proposed spacing unit?
Yes, the first table above is the ARPS equation parameters used. We're anticipating an oil EUR of 630 MBO per well, an average GOR about 700 SCF per barrel. With 4 wells, that yields about a 15% recovery factor of oil in place in the DSU. The bottom table describes the single well economics, run at $65 flat oil and $3 per MCF of gas. Anticipated DNC is about $10 million per well for these 3-mile laterals. You can see that yields a PV10 8/8 of $4.1 million, an IRR of approximately 40%, and then discounted return on investment of 1.85. Payouts approximately a little under 2 years.
I have no further questions from Mr. Shivy and ask that Exhibits 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31934. Case number 31935, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Murphy Creek Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 1920 acre space unit described as sections 19, 30, and 31, Township 144 North, Range 93 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating, have the same 3 witnesses, and this case is similar to 31934. And if it's all right with you, I would suggest we go straight to the exhibits.
That's fine. Just a reminder, they're still under oath.
Okay. Mark, starting with Exhibit 1, would you please describe the contents of this application and how it relates to the previous hearing of 31934?
Yeah, Exhibit 1 is quite similar to what we just saw. It's our zoomed out map. You can see our proposed DSU in red there in the center of Dunn County, North Dakota. As you go to Exhibit 2, you can see that this proposed spacing unit of 19, 30, and 31 is just the south 3 miles of the unit we just spoke about. And again, the units in green are what we have just recently drilled and brought online. Exhibit 3 zooms in even further and shows us 19, 30, and 31 of 144.93, where Phoenix currently owns a 68% working interest.
And you intend, like the last time, to cooperate with other working interest owners?
Yes.
And did you execute TCAS capture affidavit, Exhibit 9?
I did.
No further questions. Ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Keith, would you start with Exhibit 4 and describe the differences in this exhibit from the last hearing, even though it's in the same area?
Of course. So as noted previously, this 1920 acre spacing unit is just to the south of the 6718 proposed spacing unit from the previous case. Here we can see there is a different cross-section line intended to just show definitively the commission that the Bakken is present and continuous here as well in the next exhibit.
Discuss your cross-section in Exhibit 5.
Of course, here we have a cross-section also hung on the upper Bakken, just as the previous case was, showing that the middle Bakken is indeed present and continuous here with very similar reservoir parameters, as discussed previously. Porosity ranging right around 7%, average water saturation 24%, thickness 33 feet, same B sub I of 1.5 and OIP of 5.5 million barrels per section.
I have no further questions from Mr. Coffin-Daffer, and ask that Exhibits 4 and 5 be admitted.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Eric, proceeding with Exhibit 6, is this the same wellbore diagram that you presented in the last hearing?
Yes, sir, it is. It's identical.
Okay, and then move on to Exhibit 7. Would you discuss the development plans for this proposed spacing unit?
Yes, this is similar to the previous one. These wells would be drilled at the same time from the previous 31934 from the same pad. So total of 8 wells off this pad. Spacing is identical. We're just drilling north to south in this unit.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 8, are the well economics proposed in that exhibit same as in the prior hearing?
Yes, they are identical. Anticipate 15% recovery factor, identical EURs, and resulting economics.
I would ask that Exhibits 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31935. Case number 31936. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Little Muddy Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described in section 6, 7, 18, and 19, Township 158 North, Range 101 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, again for Phoenix Operating, seeing 3 witnesses that are present.
They're still under oath.
Mark, you ready?
Ready.
Starting with Exhibit 1, explain the lands that are subject to this application, which is in a different area than what we just discussed.
Yeah, Exhibit 1 is our zoomed out map, shows our proposed spacing unit in red in the northwest corner of Williams County. Like Tom said, this is a relatively new area for us. Exhibit 2 zooms in even further on the proposed spacing unit of 6, 7, 18, 19 of 158, 101. And Exhibit 3 zooms in even more, showing 6, 7, 18, and 19 of 158, 101. You can see a plugged well in sections 18 and 19. And Phoenix currently owns a 73.1% working interest in this 1260-acre spacing unit.
Has Phoenix drilled other 4-mile laterals in the Bakken?
We have.
Okay, and Eric can address the results?
Yes, he can.
And did you execute affidavit, gas capture affidavit exhibit number 9?
I did.
I have no further questions for Mr. Johnson and ask that exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, do you know how much oil that well in 18 and 19 produced?
Yeah, Eric it's on one of Eric's exhibits, exhibit 7. I'll let him speak to that when we get to it.
Okay.
You can proceed.
Okay, Keith, start with the exhibit 4 and describe the structure map for the Middle Bakken in this area.
Of course. As just stated, this is a structure map on the Middle Bakken member, and it's a subsea structure map dipping gently to the southeast. We see our new type log section outlined in yellow as well here, along with our proposed 2560 acre spacing unit there, alongside the Middle Bakken horizontal and Three Forks horizontal wells in the area.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 5, describe your cross section.
Once again, this cross section is similarly to the other cases heard today, hung on the Upper Bakken shale. Very correlative marker in the area. We see our Middle Bakken is present and continuous across the entirety of the cross-section line, with the Middle Bakken target outlined in the center. And the reservoir properties we expect to encounter here based on the type log are depths of around 9,500 feet TBD, average porosity of 8.3% in this area, water saturations of 32%, average thickness around 46 feet, using the same BOI here of 1.5, calculate original oil in place per section of 8.8 million barrels per section.
I have no further questions for Mr. Coffindaffer and ask that exhibits 4 and 5 be admitted.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. Eric, is Exhibit 6 the same exhibit that you showed on the other dockets?
Yes, it's very similar. The only difference being this is a 4-mile lateral. It's just longer, 4.5-inch casing. Obviously, we anticipate 105 frac stages.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 5. Would you please explain your development plans for this proposed spacing unit?
Yes, certainly. We anticipate this pad will be located in the north central part of Section 6. We'd be drilling north to south with 5 wells in unit, evenly spaced at 1045 feet apart, 550 feet from each of the hard section lines. So all in unit wells. I will also point out there was a previous question from the commission on that the Peterson 118 19H well that was P&A'd probably about a year ago approximately, and I have the total cumulative volumes there. About 79,000 barrels of oil was produced and about 121,000 barrels of water. And I believe that came online in 2012.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 8. Would you please describe the well economics?
Yes, this is these 4-mile laterals in the area. The ARPS parameters again are listed at the top of the top table. EUR per well of about 785 MBO per well. Average GOR in this area is 1100 SCF per barrel. With 5 wells, this yields between 13 and 14% recovery factor in the unit. The table below are the individual well economics. These wells are anticipated to cost about $11.1 million. I've run at $65 oil, $3.50 gas. The PV10 on an 8-inch basis is $5.4 million per well. That yields an undiscounted return on investment of 2.1, internal rate of return of 33%, and a payout of approximately 31 months.
Going back to Exhibit 7,
yes,
I noticed that you have proposed 5 wells in this unit, whereas the previous 2 units you'd only had 4. Can you explain the difference?
Yes, Tom, that it just goes back to the original well in place. I believe the previous exhibits were about 5.5 per 640 MMBO. This is about 8.8, so called about 60% more oil in place. So we're just proposing more wells, kind of yields that same recovery factor. We're comfortable 14 to 15%.
And do you anticipate any problems because of the production from the prior well that's plugged and abandoned?
The previous well, no. The volumes are just we feel very low for the cumulative fluid produced, so we don't anticipate any problems. We'll be offsetting that well in both directions by about 500 feet between the newer wells.
I have no further questions for Mr. Shivy and ask that Exhibits 6, 7, and 8 be admitted to the record.
If they're admitted, any questions from the staff?
Eric, looking at Exhibit 7.
Yes.
I believe Phoenix has previously testified that they like to put these overlapping spacing units together in virgin reservoir.
Yes.
And that if the part of the lands that previously produced, it's unfair to the other owners in the other sections. Do you have any comment on that?
That is a fair question. We have previously testified to that. We just, with this being an abandoned well and the volumes produced being so low, we didn't feel that this was as big of a risk as some of the other areas that we have previously contested.
So how many barrels does it have to produce before you consider it a risk?
That's a good question. Approximately like 2 to 3% of the fluid in place in that smaller DSU is when we feel that there is a risk of potential, development, drilling, and completion, and then also subsequent production.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31936. Case number 31937, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Zoll Little Muddy Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 5 and 8, Township 158 North, Range 101 West, and Section 32, Township 159 North, Range 101 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granted such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating, same 3 witnesses.
They're still under oath.
Mark, starting with Exhibit 1, please describe the lands that are subject to this application.
Exhibit 1 is our zoomed out map. Again, you can see the proposed DSU outlined in red in the northwest corner of Williams County. Again, this is in the exact same area as the case we just heard. Exhibit 2 zooms in. You can see the proposed 1920 spacing unit in red. And in Exhibit 3 zooms in even further and shows it in sections 32 of 159-101 and section 5 and 8 of 158-101. Currently, Phoenix has an 87% working interest in this proposed 1920 acre spacing unit.
And you anticipate working with the other working interest owners?
We do.
And did you execute affidavit, gas capture affidavit as Exhibit 9?
Yes.
Ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, there's been a number of 1920s established to the east and to the west of these space units in this area. And my quick cursory look tells me that most of those are on pattern. So why is Phoenix proposing off-pattern spacing units here?
I would say it goes back to this particular one. There's wells, 2 mile wells to the south, or 2 mile unit, section 17 and 20 that we're trying to avoid because that's still a operational well. So we're just going north off there. So this case and then our next case is another 3 mile lateral going to the north. So we're just taking 6 miles of virgin sections that don't look like they've been thought about by anyone.
So if the commission were to adopt that policy, wouldn't it render all the 1280s that have been developed as uneconomic, potentially undevelopable, potentially? I mean, how are they going to get 1920 wells in their lands?
I would say by the time these other operators are going to get to that, we'll be at 4 miles and they can put 2 2-milers together.
But they're already previously developed.
But with one well, if they want to fully develop these, I think they come back and develop them as 4 mile spacing units.
But if they produce, let's say, 250,000 barrels of fluid, Phoenix wouldn't put those together?
I mean, we've previously testified we put anything together and drill anything, like as long as it's profitable. So, what the other operators want to do with that's up to them. But again, I see putting all the 2-milers together as 4-milers as technology improves.
But if we let Phoenix hopscotch around and take up all this virgin reservoirs, eventually you're not going to be able to drill 3 and 4 mile wells, are you?
Valid point, but my point would be that no one's touched this area before. So just because we're the first people in here trying to put stuff together that other operators have neglected for a long time, I don't feel like we should be punished for just trying to put together things that, where we see opportunities where others have overlooked them for a long time.
So since you're first in, you should get what you want, and everybody else just has to deal with the crumbs?
Not necessarily, but no one's here opposing it. So I would say other operators haven't cared about this area in a long time.
You do understand the commission has to protect the rights of all owners?
I do.
And if we start boxing people in, how are we protecting their relative rights?
I mean, if someone had an opposing view to this plan, wouldn't they have voiced that opinion already and spoken with us about it?
What if the acreage is unleased? Who watches out for those owners?
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay. One follow-up question, Mark. Is there an existing well in 5 and 8 above the next case?
There is.
And do you know anything about that well?
I think that was at a slot. I don't remember off the top of my head, Tom.
Okay. Mr. Coffindaffer, would you please go through the cross-section on Exhibit 4?
Certainly. So the cross-section line here is illustrated as the others have been. A to A prime is illustrated in yellow across the proposed spacing unit on the structure map that is a Middle Bakken structure map, just as the others have been, showcasing the Middle Bakken horizontals and Three Forks horizontals in the area as well.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 5. Please discuss your cross-section.
This is a cross-section also hung on the Upper Bakken. Good correlative marker in the area. We see that the Middle Bakken is present and continuous, as expected here across the acreage position, and with reservoir parameters very similar to the previous case heard by the commission, but average porosity of 8.3, average water saturation 32%, gross thickness in the area of about 45, 46 feet. Using the BO sub I of 1.5, we calculate OIP per section of 8.8 million barrels per section.
And I don't have any further questions for Mr. Coffindaffer.
You want to offer the exhibits?
Yes. Exhibits 4 and 5 should be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Mr. Shivy, please describe the contents of Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 is our typical wellbore diagram in the Williston Basin, identical to the other previous cases.
And Exhibit 7, your development plan.
Yes, we propose this as a 5-well pad in the north part of Section 32. Anticipate Q4 spud date for these in 2026. Batch drilled and batch completed. Spacing is again 550 offset from the hard lines east and west, with about 1,045 feet spacing between the wells.
And again, you have 5 wells here, where in other spacing units you had 4. Is that differential because of the original oil in place?
Correct.
Moving on to Exhibit 8, please describe the area proposed economics.
Yes, this is the top table again. The ARPS parameters, we're anticipating 630 MBO EUR per well. Again, that yields about a 13 to 14% recovery factor of original oil in place for 5 wells in this DSU. And the bottom table is our wellbore, our individual well economics, run at a $65 flat oil price, $3 per MCF. Again, DNC cost is $10 million. I should have previously mentioned in other testimonies, this is full cycle economics. So not only does this include drilling, completion, capitalization of our first artificial lift, which is ESP, it also includes a subsequent second ESP, which is capitalized, and then ultimate rod lift conversion about after 3 years worth of production. So all of those capital costs are rolled into that $10 million. PV10 of $4.1 million per well, and then your undiscounted return on investment is 1.85, yields an internal rate of return of 39% and a payout just under 2 years.
No questions for Mr. Shivy, and ask that Exhibits 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into the record. Also, I think I mentioned Exhibit 9 as Mark's gas capture affidavit when I was doing his testimony. But if I didn't, I would like Exhibit 9 admitted into the record as well.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Concludes our hearing for case number 31937. Case number 31938. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable order. What's that?
Oh, do we not? So sorry.
For an order amending the applicable orders for the Zollbachen pool to establish a stand-up 1920 acre spacing unit described in section 17, 20, and 29, Township 159 North, Range 101 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit for granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties please come forward.
And Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating. Same witnesses.
They're still under oath.
Okay, Mark, starting with Exhibit 1, please describe this spacing unit. Proposed spacing unit, I should say.
The proposed spacing unit you can see is outlined in red in the northwest corner of Williams County. This is just the unit, proposed unit north of what the case we just heard. Exhibit 2 zooms in and shows sections 17, 20, and 29 of 159-101. And Exhibit 3 zooms in even further to show those 3 sections where Phoenix currently has a 56% working interest.
And did you execute the gas capture affidavit, Exhibit 9?
I did.
And will Phoenix cooperate with the other working interest owners?
We will.
Okay. And do you have any recollection of the well in 5 and 8?
Was it either Neptune or Kraken, I believe, up there?
And is it still producing?
Yes.
So 5 and 8 have been accounted for protecting the relative rights of those mineral owners and working interest owners.
I believe so, yes.
I have no further questions for Mr. Johnson.
Going on for the exhibits?
Offer the exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9, please.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Tom, do you have any objection to incorporating Mark's testimony and my questioning from the previous case into this case?
No, I don't have any objection to that.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
Mr. Coffindaffer, would you please describe Exhibit 4, the cross-section?
Of course. So this is a structure map of the Middle Bakken in subsea depths. We can see our proposed spacing unit there in red, along with the cross-section line A to A prime outlined in yellow. The commission will notice that it is a different cross-section line than the previous exhibit. That is to incorporate the most comprehensive data I can in the area to show that the Middle Bakken is present and continuous. And the Middle Bakken horizontal wells and Three Forks horizontal wells are also present on this map.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 5, describe the cross-section as well as the reservoir properties.
The cross-section is hung on the Upper Bakken shale, and we can see the Middle Bakken is indeed present and continuous here, along with our Middle Bakken target zone outlined on the left, and we see reservoir parameters that are nearly identical to the previous case heard. Average porosity of 8.3%, water saturation 32%, average thickness 45-46 feet in the area. Using a BOI of 1.5, we calculate an OIP of 8.8 million barrels per section here in this area.
Okay, no questions for Mr. Coffindaffer, and ask that Exhibits 4 and 5 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Mr. Shivy, starting with Exhibit 6, if there's any differences, explain them.
There are no differences. It's identical to the previous case.
Okay, then move on to Exhibit 7 and describe in detail the development plan for this proposed spacing unit.
Yes, it's similar to the other exhibit in that we're doing 5 wells, all in DSU, 550 feet, offsetting the hard lines east and west, and with internal spacing of 1,045 feet between wells. I will note that the proposed surface pad is on a south central part of section 29. That's just north of the pad proposed in the previous case. It's very likely we will propose this as one large pad and do all 10 wells at once. Again, this is on our drill schedule for the end of 2026, following on our drill schedule. This follows the previous case in terms of drill order.
Okay, and moving to Exhibit 8, describe the well economics if they're any different than the last.
No, this is identical to the previous case. 630 MBOs per well, so an identical economics, rate of return, undiscounted ROI, and PV10 are identical.
No further questions from Mr. Chevy, and ask that Exhibit 6, 7, and 8 be admitted to the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Okay, I will note that the testimony from case number 31937 will be incorporated into the record for case number 31938. That concludes our hearing for case number 31938. Case number 31713, application of Devon Energy Williston LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Syverston and/or Tobacco Garden Bog and Pools to establish two overlapping 2560-acre spacing units described as sections 1, 2, 11, and 12, and sections 2, 3, 10, and 11, Township 150 North, Range 99 West, Arkansas County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled in each such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Devon Energy Williston LLC. I have three witnesses, James Benson, Sarah Jankuska, and Kathy Luna.
Mr. Benson.
Yes, Mr. Examiner.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
James, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is James Benson. I'm employed by Devon Energy Corporation as a senior staff landman located at 333 West Sheridan Avenue, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma 73102.
And James, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing units?
Yes, I am.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Benson be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And James, let's look at your L1 first, if you can identify the area in question.
Yeah, the L1 is the regional locator map of the proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing units. The two units we're requesting today in sections 1, 2, 11, 12, and 2, 3, 10, and 11. They're located in Township 150 North, Range 99 West.
Okay. And then moving on to L2, if you can just identify for us each of the underlying base 1280s that make up the two 2560s that you're asking for, and your working interest in those.
Yes. On Exhibit L2, we've got three 1280 stand-up DSUs identified as, and I'll start from left to right. I'll start with the XTO Loomer DSU in sections 3 and 10, whereby Devon has 23.46% working interest. XTO is the operator with 58.11% estimated interest, and then others with 18.43%. The middle, kind of call it 1280, there in section 2 and 11 is the Devon operated Loomer DSU, whereby Devon has an operated interest of 41.85%. XTO has a 14.97%, and then the remaining total are with Bastion and other entities. The right DSU, call it, in sections 1 and 12 is the Cord operated home DSU, whereby Cord has an operated 82.11% interest. XTO has a 12.43% interest, and Devon does not have any working interest in that DSU.
Sure. Let's go ahead and move on to the next exhibit, L3A, and then if you can give us your working interest in that 2560, that particular 2560, I guess.
Yes, the proposed 2560, the Loomer XE is what we're calling it there in sections 1, 2, 11, and 12, 159.9 West. Devon has a working interest of 20.93%. Cord has a 41.01% working interest, and we've had conversations with Cord regarding the operation of this DSU, and they do not object to to us operating with a 20.93% working interest.
Sure. And then the next exhibit, L3B.
Yeah, L3B is a proposed 2560 acre spacing unit in sections 2, 3, 10, and 11, Township 11599 West. We're calling it the Loomer XW DSU, where Devon has a working interest of 32.65%, XTO has 36.54%, and the remaining balance is a 30.81%. And Devon has also had conversations with XTO regarding operatorship of this lease line with a lower working interest, 32 versus a 36, and XTO also does not object to Devon being an operator of this well.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Benson, and I'll offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Ms. Jankuska,
Good afternoon.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Sarah, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Sarah Jankuska. I'm a staff geologist with Devon Energy, and our address is 333 West Sheridan Ave, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
And Sarah, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes,
And are you familiar with the geology underlying these spacing units?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Jankuska be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
All right. And Sarah, let's start with the structure map G1. Can you just describe the structure underlying these spacing units?
Yep. So that's a structure map we're looking at with 10-foot contours. We're having a gentle dip to the east here. We have all the drilled well bores displayed on this map as well. That blue star is where our type log, the Johns Red A1, is located.
Okay. And then moving on to G2, just tell us what you're showing on your type log.
Yep, so that is that Johns Red type log. That track on the left is our gamma. The center red log is going to be our resistivity, and then on the right are our NFI and DFI logs. We have the tops called out. The middle Bakken is going to be our target for these wells.
Okay. That's all the questions I have on geology. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Ms. Luna,
Hello.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kathy, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
I am employed by Devon Energy as a senior staff reservoir engineer at 333 West Sheridan Avenue, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73102.
And have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the the engineering matters associated with the hearing?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Let's look at E1, and could you describe for us how you would intend to develop the two 2560s?
Yes. So Exhibit E1 is a proposed directional well plot. Excuse me. So the wells in the bolded red dashed lines towards the center of the plot are the wells of interest, the Loomer 11-2 XW1H and Loomer 11-2 XE1H, which you can see are drilled along are proposed to be drilled along the section lines. The other red dashed wells in the unit are additional infill wells that we plan to drill at the same time. The blue wells on the map represent existing Devon wells, and the green lines on the map represent existing competitor wells.
Sure. Let's look at E2 then. How would you propose to drill and complete the wells?
So Exhibit E2 is our planned wellbore schematic. We are planning a 3-string design for these wells and estimating 50 plug and perf stages.
Okay. And then moving on to E3, can you take us through the reservoir data?
So Exhibit E3 is a set of estimated reservoir characteristics. So these wells will be targeting the Middle Bakken with an estimated net pay of 47 feet, porosity of 6.5%, and water saturation of 25%.
Okay. And then on E4, can you walk us through the economics?
Yes, so E4 is per well economics. So again, these wells will be targeting the Middle Bakken. We are estimating an initial rate of 2,500 barrels of oil per day with an estimated oil EUR of 512,000 barrels, which equates to about 754,000 BOE. We ran these economics on a oil price of $70 a barrel and a gas price of $3 an MCF. And when you do that, that rounds out to an NPV10 of $5,588,000, an IRR of 100%, and a payout of 1.99 years.
Okay. So, Kathy, in your opinion, if the commission approves the two overlapping 2560s to allow this development, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Kathy, are these wells proposed to be drilled from an existing pad?
Correct. So we actually plan on expanding the existing pad in which the Weerung 4H and 5H are drilled off of, that are drilled to the south.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31713. Case number 31716. Application of True Oil LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bowline Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit described as Section 32, Township 148 North, Range 101 West, and Sections 5 and 8, Township 147 North, Range 101 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 7 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All Mr. Parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of True Oil LLC. I have 3 witnesses in this case, David Carpenter, Dan Berenger, and Sergio Villa.
Mr. Carpenter.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
David, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is David Carpenter. I am a staff landman for True Oil LLC. Our address here is 455 North Poplar Street, Casper, Wyoming, 82601.
And David, have you previously testified before this commission?
No, sir, I have not.
Why don't you go ahead and just briefly give us your educational background and then relevant work experience?
Yep. I have a Bachelor of Science in Business Economics and a Master's of Business Administration, both from the University of Wyoming. I've worked as a landman, primarily independent work for upwards of 16, 17 years. I did 5 years at an E&P, a smaller E&P here in Wyoming. All of my work has been in North Dakota and the Rocky Mountain region. And I jumped on with True Oil in 2024.
Okay. And David, are you familiar with the land matters that are associated with this proposed spacing unit?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Carpenter be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted. And
David, let's look at your exhibit L1. Can I have you identify the area that the proposed spacing unit is located?
Yes. Up to the top, we just have a map of the state of North Dakota. Off to that western edge, you can see Mackenzie County. I've included North Branch. For reference, our subject area is going to be Bowline. Down to the bottom of this page, you can see I've zoomed in a little bit closer to 147, 101, 148, 101, which encompasses part of Bowline there.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and go on to L2, and if you can identify the proposed spacing unit that we're asking for.
Yes, sir. So proposed spacing, we have that existing 1280 spacing in 5 and 8, which is outlined in black, a little bit thicker black there. Our proposed 1920 overlaps the township line into section 32 of 148-101, and that is found in the red dash line.
Sure. And then let's move on to the next exhibit, L3, and if I can just have you walk through the working interest in that proposed 1920.
Yes, sir. So we own True Oil owns 52.5% in section 32. Our working interest owners in that area with us own 47.5%. ConocoPhillips holds a lease with Burlington Resources at 100% in section 5. And then section 8 is an unleased federal tract, which we nominated via a third-party land broker in February 28th of 2024. And we expect that to come up for auction in either Q1 or Q2 of 2026.
Sure. That's all the questions that I have for Mr. Carpenter. I would offer the line exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
So, David.
Yes, sir.
Sections 29 and 32 are currently a stand-up 1280, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And to the north of that, sections 5, 8, and 17 are a stand-up 1920?
I believe so, yes.
So what's going to happen to sections 20 and 29 if this application is approved?
If you don't mind, I would like to ask that you defer that question to our geologist, who has some additional evaluation that he'd like to present regarding that particular question.
That's fine, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Behringer.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dan, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name's Dan Behringer. I work with True Oil, LLC of North Poplar, or 455 North Poplar Street, Casper, Wyoming, 82601.
And Dan, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying this proposed spacing unit?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Behringer be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Dan, let's start with your structure map G1. Can you walk us through that? Describe the structure underlying the spacing unit and kind of what you've got shown there.
Sure. As you can see, this is a little different type of structure map than you guys are used to seeing. But what we're looking at here is a Bakken seismic structure subsea TVD with a contour interval of 50 feet. The maps also shows lots of dark polygons. Those are interpreted faults from our seismic shoot. And those are in large part why we're asking to space section 32 with 5 and 8. We believe that in section 32, the faults there are manageable geohazard risks, and therefore should be spaced with 5 and 8. Whereas when you go north into sections 29 and 20, there's a big question as to whether you could even drill and stay in zone with the Bakken and Three Forks. So that's the crux of our argument for including 32 with 5 and 8.
Sure. Let's move on then to your cross section on G2. Can you kind of walk us through that exhibit, explain what you're showing?
Yeah, G2, I'm sorry, is a gamma ray cross section A to A prime across the DSU in question. it shows that both the Bakken and Three Forks are stratigraphically continuous and present underneath the proposed unitized area.
Okay. And then let's go on then to G3. Tell us how you would propose to develop the spacing unit.
We proposed to drill 3 mile laterals. First, we drill at Three Forks to see the structural complications, and then proceed with Bakken if it's feasible. We would drill 6 on the quarters or 660s, and then potentially infill with Bakken.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Dan, could you repeat on Exhibit G3? You said you drilled at Three Forks first to do, and I missed that part.
Feasibility. So, these are all interpreted faults from seismic. If they're too large, or we just want to gauge the size of the faults before we attempt to drill a Bakken, because some faults could have offsets up to 70 feet, in which case you would not be able to stay in the Bakken.
Yeah, and on your Exhibit G3, which are the circles the casing point, or are they the TD?
Those are bottom holes. Sorry.
So you're going to drill from the north?
Yes.
And would you drill all 4 Three Forks wells first?
Yeah, that would be the plan. We drill, as you can see, there's a little more structural complication on the western side of 32. We would probably drill that side last, as we gain structural insight from the first couple wells to the east. But the reason for a location in 32 is it fits nicely with our present day infrastructure, gas, oil, and water. But yeah, that's how we develop. Plan to drill 35 and 8.
Would you batch drill those wells, or would you drill the east side first?
It'd still be a batch, but we'd still batch them.
And that's Three Forks first batch?
Yes.
And on your Exhibit G1, who drilled the horizontal wells that are existing there on the south side of the feature?
That was us just last year. In 4 and 9, those are our slash wells. In 6 and 7, we drilled that circa 2013, and plan to infill those within the next couple of years on existing spacing.
And in sections 4 and 9, it looks like you drilled across some faults. Is that correct?
Yeah, you'll see the well that's furthest to the west. We actually did a long tangent and didn't land that right away. We wanted to gauge the size of those faults before we were in zone. So we landed a little late on that, but yeah, we did run through those faults and got some good offsets, but picked up some experience such that we're confident we can drill 32.
So why aren't you drilling the wells from the south?
Well, when the idea was hatched, it's open fed down there. And there's always a question as if you can rely on the open fed coming up in this area. The other consideration was infrastructure build out would be far less intensive if we drilled from 32.
So when do you plan on drilling these?
We'll be ready to drill them the end of 26, but I think it pends the open federal lease.
Sure. And how many horizontal wells have you drilled surrounding this feature where you think you've learned how to try to manage these or to interpret them better?
Right. Our first round of drilling, which was, as I stated earlier, 2012 to 13, we drilled, I believe, 11 wells around this feature. And then our more recent drilling has been 2 additional wells in 4 and 9 that have good economics, are going to be good wells. And we learned a lot from the first round of drilling on how to approach these. So this experience has paid off in the second round.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Villa,
Yes,
you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do.
Sergio, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Sergio Villa, petroleum engineer for True Oil LLC. Our address is 455 North Poplar Street, Casper, Wyoming, 82601.
And Sergio, have you testified before this commission?
I have not.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and give us your educational background and relevant work experience as well?
Graduated from the Colorado School of Mines with a petroleum engineering degree. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Wyoming, and I've been with True Oil for 13 years.
Okay. And you're familiar with the engineering matters, obviously, that are associated with this requested spacing unit?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move the testimony Mr. Villa be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Sergio, let's start with E1. Can you walk us through how you intend to drill and complete the wells in the spacing unit?
Yeah, so E1 is a wellbore schematic that I did for the Three Forks formation. It's a 3-string design, 9 5/8 surface, 7-inch intermediate landed in the Three Forks, and then the lateral section will be cemented with a liner, TD 26,813, TVD of 10,845. It'll be completed with about 18 million pounds with a slick water frac.
Okay. Let's go on then to E2, and if you can walk us through the reservoir data and the economics.
Yeah, so E2, recovery and economic data. The top part has the reservoir parameters, and we came up with original oil in place of 12.57 million barrels. And then we came up with an estimated EUR of 643,000 barrels of oil, and then 1.7 million MCF for the gas, which is the ultimate recovery of 932,000 BOE. And then the bottom is the economics. So we ran the economics at a flat oil price of $65 per barrel of oil, $2.75 cents per MCF, and we had an initial cost of 11.5 million for the well, and then we came up with our NPV 10 being 5.7 million, undiscounted ROI of 2.25, rate of return 31.51 with a payout of 2.5 years.
And Sergio, if the commission approves the 1920 and allows you to develop, as you indicated, would that prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. That offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes concludes our hearing for case number 31716. Case number 31806. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bowline Bakken Pool to establish one overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 29 and 32, Township 148 North, Range 101 West, and Section 5, Township 147 North, Range 101 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled within and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31806. Case number 31807. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bowline Bakken Pool, Bull Moose Bakken Pool, and Bakken Pool to establish one overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 8, 17, 20, and 29, Township 147 North, Range 101 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled within and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31807. That concludes our hearings for the day.